Indonesia has many natural disasters such as earthquakes, tsunamis, etc. And now we will have several talks from several researchers that focuses on this topic. And also we have international collaboration with the abroad researchers such as from Singapore, French, England, and etc. So again, I will say thank you for coming to this seminar. Then for the opening, we will have welcoming remarks from the Secretary Deputy of the Research and Facilitation Innovation, BRIN, Mrs. Ramatun Anggraini Kimas. So please come to give the welcoming remarks.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Om, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Our distinguished speaker from Indonesian and Foreign Institute, our moderator, Mr. Sony, and participant from internal and external BRIN, attending physically and via Zoom platform. Especially we welcome for coming to Mr. Roberto Carniel as scientific attaché from Italian Embassy, representative chairman of BMKG, or we call Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysical Agency, Head of Research Center, Dr. Daryono, and also representative from BNPB, National Agency for Disaster Countermeasure, Director for Disaster Countermeasure System, Mr. Agus Rianto, and also coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment representative, and Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries, and also all of the participants from academic and higher education in Indonesia. Very good morning for all of you. On behalf of our Deputy Chairman for Research, Innovation and Facilitation, the National Research and Innovation Agency, Professor Agus Haryono, I would like to extend my gratitude and warmest regards to all of you for participating, either physically attend in this room or via Zoom platform. In this international seminar on mainstreaming of scientific research evidence base for natural disaster mitigation, today's seminar is part of BRIN responsibility to disseminate results of research collaboration between Indonesian researchers and their partners, and also one of the events from Indonesia Research and Innovation Exhibition 2023, or we call INARI Expo 2023. We aim to provide an understanding of the importance of natural disaster mitigation effort through a multidisciplinary scientific approach by formulating policy recommendation based on scientific research or scientific evidence base. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that the geographical position of Indonesia is between the Pacific Ring of Fire, which stretches from the northeastern island near New Guinea and the Alpine Belt, which extend along the southern and western along the Sumatra, Java, Bali, Flores, and Timor. This geographical position has repeatedly coast the Indonesian archipelago to the impact of tsunamis, landslide, earthquake, and volcanic eruption. Indonesia also has many active volcanoes that are not found in other countries in the world. This is because there is a subduction zone between the Eurasian and Indo-Australian plates. Some of active volcanoes spread out in the world, and especially in Indonesia, in some area in Indonesia. We also already know in Sumatra, Jawa, Sulawesi, and etc., such as Semeru, Merapi, Sinabung, and etc. This has resulted in many areas in Indonesia experiencing natural disaster, such as earthquakes, often followed by tsunami waves, liquefaction, landslide, and volcanic eruption. These factors have made Indonesia as one of the largest natural laboratories in the world. The appeal of Indonesia's Geological Disaster Laboratory has been recognized by scientists and researchers from many countries who have utilized it for research and as a primary source of data. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, as mandated in the law number 11/2019 about National System of Science and Technology, research permit is granted based on approval of ethical clearance from BRIN. Currently, BRIN has 5 fields of ethic committees, namely social and humanities, health, care and use of animals, health, chemistry, and nuclear. In 2022, BRIN issued 368 letters of research permit. The number is increasing in 2023. In the first semester of 2023, BRIN already issued 594 of letter of research permit and also research permit in the field of study geology. Based on the data, until August 2023, geology, including disaster mitigation, is one of favorite field of research that are collaborated between Indonesian researchers and foreign partners. And in this seminar, we welcome to all of the Indonesian researcher and foreign partner to collaborate with us, bring support international research collaboration through several schemes, and we call the funding agency, such as various research funding, mobility programs, facilitating infrastructure, and utilization of research results. Through those schemes, we encourage Indonesian researchers to have more collaboration with their international partner. Distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen, concluding my remarks, I would like to express once again my sincere gratitude to all speakers, moderator, organizing committees and participants, and also all of the team member of Director for Research Permit and Ethical Clearance, Mrs. Trisundari. I hope that this seminar will give insight and inspiration so that many more initiatives and brilliant ideas of collaboration will come up. I'm convinced that only by collaborating together effectively, we could be hand in hand in saving our beloved Mother Earth. I wish you all a very successful and productive seminar, and by saying in the name of the God, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I declare that the seminar is officially open. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you again, Ibu Ramatun Anggraini Kimas, for giving the welcoming remarks for the seminar. For now, we will go through the first speaker of the seminar. Please welcome Ibu Tri Sundari that will give the talk about international research collaboration in perspective of the Law Number 11 of 2019 on national system in BRIN. Please welcome Ibu Tri Sundari.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Roberto from the Embassy of Lee in Jakarta, thank you for coming. And all the speakers of the seminar, and also all the participants who are attending in this room or via Zoom or YouTube, thank you. Today, I would like to share the informations regarding the international research collaborations in the perspective of Law Number 11, 2019 on National System of Science and Technology. My outline of the presentation will consist, in next slide, will consist of 3 elements. Next slide, please. First, I will talk about the ethical clearance and the research permit in BRIN. And in the second one, I will talk about the research permit in other ministries. And the last part, I will share some statistics on this topic. Okay, I will start with the first one, the ethical clearance and research permit. I always start with the legal framework. Why this is important, why we do the services on research permit in Indonesia. In the next slide, you can see that we have law, Indonesia have law number 11 issued in 2019. It's about national system of science and technology. In particular, article number 13.9, it's mentioned that all the research activities, it has to be carried out with the code of ethics, and the reinforcement is conducted by the ethics commissions. And this is something common in the scientific community in global society. And the second one is in the article 75. Basically, this article give the opportunity, Indonesian government give the opportunity for the foreign research institute and or the foreign researchers to have research collaborations with the Indonesian researchers. Of course, before they are coming to Indonesia, they have to have a research permit. And the research permit will be given based on the ethical clearance that they, if the ethical clearance will be approved, then we will give the research permit. So this is the 2 articles that are really important and relate with the research permit in Indonesia. And the second legal framework is BRIN regulations that was issued last year, number 22, on research ethical clearance, including foreign research permit. It's basically for the procedure how the foreign researcher or the foreign research institute getting the permit in Indonesia. In the next slide, I will show you what is the difference before and after the law number 11 was issued in 2019. In the past, the proposal of research from the foreign researchers not only in the scientific base, but also other aspect, including security clearance. And we have a committee we call TK-PIPA. The member of the committee consisted of the representative from ministries and also institute in Indonesia, from the scientific base and also from the security elements. But now, based on the law, it's all related to the ethical clearance, and we have the ethic committee that will review all the proposal. And there is a privilege given by the Indonesian Ministry of Finance for the foreign researcher who has the collaboration with researchers from BRIN. We can give a free of charge for the fee of the research permit. Yeah, in the next slide, we can see that all the services is online based. So you can go to the clearanceethic.brin.go.id, and the website, this is our second versions. It's already bilingual. We have Indonesians and also in English. So the foreign researchers can submit their applications directly in this website. In the next slide, if you would like to log in, because in BRIN we apply with a single sign-on. So all the information system or all of the applications in BRIN, we use single sign-on. So if you already, for example, got an access to one of the program in BRIN, and you can use your username and password to access the clearance ethic website. But if not, you can simply register yourself in this website to get the username and password. In BRIN currently, we have 5 field of ethic committee. It's already mentioned by Madam Secretary in the opening remark that in BRIN we have ethic committee on social humanities, and the second one is care and use of animals, and the third one is in health, the fourth in chemistry, and the fifth is in nuclear. And if your research proposal will not involve in one of these 5, you can put your proposal in a box of others. And the next one, I will give you the overview on the general business process on how getting the ethical clearance as well as the letter of a research permit. So once you go to the website, Clearance Ethic, you log in with your username and password. You do the self-assessment. So the self-assessment is actually a set of questions. It's closed questions. So you just answer with yes or no based on your proposal of research. It will help you to identify whether your research proposal will need ethical or not. But for the foreign researchers, although your characteristic of research will not need the ethical clearance, but you still need the research permit, so you have to go through this process. So after you finish with the self-assessment, you will get the result. You just go to the field of the ethic commissions. If your research will involve the human and is in the area of social and humanities, you just go to the field of social and humanities. and you will see what kind of required document that you need to be you need to upload, because each of the field of ethic committee, they will require different document. So you just stick on the field of the ethic committee that fit to your research proposal. So after all the document completed, and secretariat will send to the committee, then they will review. Usually the committee will meet every 2 weeks, so twice in a month, to review the proposal. And then if all complete, then committee will issue the approval of the ethical clearance, and it will goes to secretariat of research permit, and we will see to verify the blacklist, and you make the payment, and then we can issue the letter of permit. Normally, if everything is complete, in the next slide, I give you the informations about how long it will take. If your proposal goes to the ethical committee first, it will take around 20 working days to get the research permit. But if your proposals goes to box of others, then it will need a shorter time. It's about 7 to 8 working days to get the permit. In the next slide, this is the required document for the general one. Of course, we need your proposal of research. We already made the format, so it will help you what kind of component that you need to be write in proposals. And in the second is the document that are required by the ethic commissions. As I mentioned before, each field of the ethic committee, they ask for different so just read in the website. And then we also ask for the document of cooperations. We stick to certain type of document of cooperation. It could be MOU or letter of intent or any other type of legal document of cooperations. And we also ask for the guarantee letter from the local partner in Indonesia. We need your passport, and that valid for minimum for 6 months, if I'm not mistaken, in the new regulations from the immigrations. And also the material transfer agreement, if it is only if the material will be transferred outside of the Indonesia. So yeah, that's basically the general process and also the requirement of how getting the ethical permit, ethical clearance and research permit in Indonesia. In the next section, I will inform you and also remind you that research permit is not only from yeah. There are other ministries that have a role on issuing the research permit. First, of course, immigration's office. So if the foreign researchers would like to come to Indonesia, they need a visa. So what type of visa for research is a visa index C315. It is visa for research and training. Yeah. And this kind of visa should be applied by the Indonesian counterpart. So the foreign researcher cannot directly apply for this kind of visa. So the Indonesian counterpart will help the foreign researchers to apply for a research visa. And once you come to Indonesia, then you need to apply for the limited stay permit or ETAS. Now, based on the new regulations from the Ministry of Law and Human Rights, that was just launched in August, 24th of August this year, the fees and the limited stay permit will be in one package. So you don't need to apply for the limited stay permit again. It will already embedded in the visa of research. And this regulation will be in effective 2 months after it is issued. And it was issued in last August. It means 2 months, then will be effective in October this year. That's the first. And the second one, you will need a letter of travel from the police. If your area of research will be in the area of Jakarta, you can go to the Mabes Polri in Jakarta. It's still not online based, so you need to come in person, or your counterpart in Indonesia will help you. But if your area of research is outside of Jakarta, for example, in Sulawesi, then you can go to the provincial level of the police or Polda setempat. Yeah. And the next is research notification letter from the Ministry of Home Affairs. It's already online based, so you can apply through this link, or your research counterpart, Indonesian counterpart, can apply to this link after you receive a visa from immigration. And next, if your research will be in the area of conservations or related to the genetic resources, you will need a research permit from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. And next one, if your research using the research vessel or aerial survey aircraft, and then you need a permit from the Ministry of Defense and accompanied by the security officer. And the last one, if you are using the aerial instrument like drone or aircraft, you also need permit from the Ministry of Transportations, including the pilot, the instrument itself, and the locations. These are kind of a research permit, and you don't need to apply to this all kind of research, but it depends on the characteristic of your proposal. Okay, and the last part of my presentation will be the statistic. I will just go through. This is the statistic of the letter of permit that we already issued in the first semester of this year. So from till August, we already issued 594, including the new applications and also the extension. Yeah, and the number is almost double compared to last year. Only in the first semester, we will see until December whether the number will increase double or how much we will. But usually every year we receive around 500 to 600 letter of research permit. And if we see the top 10 countries who apply for the research permit in the next slide. Number 1 and number 2 have the same number. It's from US and Australia, and then followed by UK, Germany, Netherlands, Japan, France, PRC, India, and Italy. So Mr. Roberto, as I told you before, Italy is one of the top 10 countries that apply for research permit in Indonesia. And if we see the research field, yeah, number one is zoology, archaeology, and the topic that we talk today, the geology, including disaster mitigations, is also one of the top 10 research that are collaborated with the Indonesia. And if we see the research locations, mostly still in Java, West Java, and East Java, and some part of the Southern Sulawesi, Papua, Yogyakarta, Kalimantan, and also Bali. And the next slide, if we see the local counterpart in Indonesia, yeah, of course, BRIN is the number one because all of the research institutes already integrated in BRIN, and then followed by some universities like UGM, UI, IPB, Universitas Cendrawasih, Universitas Hasanuddin, Universitas Palangkaraya, ITB, and then BMKG, and Universitas Udayana. Yeah. And I think this is my last slide. So if you have any queries, questions, just feel free to drop to this email address, clearanceethic@brin.co.id and research.permit@brin.co.id. And I also put the link of foreign research permit guideline. So if you need more detailed information, you can read this guideline. So I will stop my presentation here, and thank you very much. And I give it back to the moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu Tri Sundari, for the presentation, which is quite clear and quite interesting to know how to proceed of the research permit. Then for now, we will go to the scientific part, the geological science mostly. And for the first speaker, we will welcoming Mr. Professor Dani Hilman Natawijaya, researcher from the Center of the Geological Disaster, BRIN. His talk will mostly talk about the active fault in Indonesia, talking about earthquakes, and then the source of the earthquakes. So please welcome Professor Dani Hilman.
Oke. Tes 1, 2, 3. Tes 1, 2, 3 ya.
Yes.
Sudah bisa dilihat ya, saya nggak bisa ngelihat soalnya sebentar. Saya nggak bisa ngelihat ininya. Screen-nya di komputer saya ini, sebentar.
Slide-nya bisa terlihat Pak Dani?
Bisa terlihat ya? Oke. Ya, soalnya saya nggak bisa ngelihat ini. Baik, bentar. Oke.
Maybe wait
Sudah berubah ya?
because the sound
Okay.
is echo.
The sounds, can you hear me? Is it okay now? Hello?
Yes, you can start. So the time is 25 minutes, and if there is any question, please write in the Zoom chat. So after that, we can read the questions and try to discuss that. So please, Pak Dani.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. So I'll start our talk today. So we're going to talk about the earthquake disasters in Indonesia in comparison with Turkey earthquake that's this year that caused many victims and destruction of the infrastructure. So here's the Turkey plate tectonic. It's it's an earthquake country like Indonesia. Turkey is on the near the tectonic boundary that moves fast, about 20 millimeters per year. So the earthquake happened here in one of the plate boundaries fault, the Anatolia fault, the East Anatolia fault here. And it's really big, and there are two events. One is with magnitude 7.8, and the second one 7.5. As you see here, this fault, the East Anatolian fault, has many historical earthquakes in the past. So people should know that this is the place that we should mitigate earthquake very carefully. But well, as a matter of fact, our human communities is not easy to learn that. So the epicenters, the first one is here, 7.7, and the second one is here, 7.6. So two earthquakes in the same time. Okay. So that's why the destruction is really big. It also has a characteristic of super shear, like the Palu 2018 earthquake. And as we know, in Turkey, before in 1999, there's also an Izmit earthquake that caused like 16,000 people. Now the Turkey earthquake in 2023 caused the fatalities like 50,000, I would say. One of the reasons is that many people living on this fault zone. Why? Because the fault zone usually is really beautiful. It contains a change in the mountains. There is a valley, there is a mountain hill, really beautiful. Some of the lakes also, but frequently people doesn't realize that it's beautiful but dangerous. That's why it's lots of houses, buildings, people has an impact of this earthquake because it's very close to the fault zone. Okay, the destruction caused by two things or three, possibly. One is the shaking. The shaking is very wide. And the second one is the fault rupture. So every earthquake has a fault. The Turkey earthquake is a seismic fault. As you see here, it can bend the railroad, it can break the ground over here. So even the houses and the building has been built earthquake-proof shaking, but if it located on this fault zone, it wouldn't stand a chance. It will also still collapse. And as you see here, the movement along the fault is really big. It's up to 6 meters. 6 meters. Even the second one has the displacement for displacement up to almost 8 meters. So 6 meters to 8 meters moving on the ground. So here's the data. There's around 46,000 affected, about almost 9 million people. And 230,000 buildings were damaged. It cost like 34 billion USD, so lots of destruction. Now we talk about Indonesia. As we all know, it's not different. Indonesia is an earthquake country. It's in a Pacific range of fire. And I would say that Indonesia is the crown of the ring of fire over here. So Indonesia is located on the 3 major plates: the Indo-Australian plate over here, the Pacific plate in this north, and this big one is the Asian Eurasian plate. Yes. So that's why this is a triple junction. That's why Indonesia has a plate boundaries and lots of active faults inside the plate. Yeah. As you see here, this is the earthquake, lots of earthquake in Indonesia, including the East Kalimantan also. And this is data from the internet showing in the past 100 years, there are lots of earthquakes with magnitude more than 6 years, 7, lots of them. Okay, now we see the seismicity and earthquake in Sumatra. As we know, we have the 2004 Aceh tsunami earthquake in 2004 that caused like 250,000 people. And there are many earthquakes after that, including the Nias earthquake in 2005, just 3 months after the Aceh tsunami earthquake. And then in 2007, and there's another big megatrust earthquake in Bengkulu, and then 2010 in Mentawai, also accompanied by tsunami. So we have lots of earthquake in the Sumatra offshore in the megatrust. And we know from our research, there's still a potential next megatrust earthquake in the front of West Sumatra and Bengkulu, and the potential is up to 8.8 magnitude. This is what we call the seismic gap. Not in Padang, not in just in West Sumatra, but also we recognize another seismic gap that's close to Jakarta over here in Sunda Strait and goes to West Java. So we don't have lots of data here, but it looks like this is a seismic gaps because we don't have the large earthquake in the past, like more than 200 years. The Sumatran megatrust is one of the earthquake sources that has been researched very intensively since like 1990. So we know, we understand the earthquake cycles, like from the megatrust Aceh Andaman, the giant earthquake could happen every like 600 years. The near segments that could happen every like 150 years, and the Mentawai megatrust that the recurrent interval of the giant earthquake is like every 200 to 300 years. And we know that now we are at the end of the megatrust cycles. It has been started since 2007 Bengkulu earthquake, and then Mentawai 2010, and the remaining megatrust that's still locked in Siberut that has potential of 8.8. There is one photos showing the earthquake disasters from the Aceh, Nias earthquake, and the Mentawai also earthquake, and the Padang earthquake. This is an earthquake, not a tsunami, but it's caused by a deep earthquake. Okay, now, so in Sumatra, we have to be warned that we still facing the potential of the 8.8 megatrust earthquake that could generate a large tsunami in West Sumatra, especially Padang City. the Padang city have studied very intensively in the international collaborations here. So we already identified the tsunami map in the Padang. But I think the challenge is how to keep the people understand, knows about the hazard mitigation and always prepared, not forgetting this next disaster. So the Sumatra is not just from the megatrust. We also have the Sumatran earthquake. The Sumatran fault is like the Turkey seismic fault. It's a seismic fault. Then caused lots of damage. In the recent years, we have the 2016 Aceh PG earthquake, and then 2007 West Sumatra, that's before that. And I think the recent one is the Pasaman earthquake over here near Padang again, 2022. Magnitude 6.2, but destruction is significant. Now we are moving to Jakarta. So as we see here, the megatrust is not stopping in Sumatra, but continue to the south of Java. As we discussed, that this megatrust, the orange one, is also a seismic gap. So we have to study that more intensive to mitigate the disaster. And in recent year, there are new studies that identifying another major fault in the North Java, and it's used to call the Baribis Kendang Contrast Belt, but now we call it the Java Backup Thrust. This is Sony dissertation that has been just finished. Yeah. In the megatrust, the last one is the 2006 Pangaran tsunami earthquake. The magnitude is 7.7. Yeah. So the big one is still not yet coming. Okay, so in Java also we have lots of active faults on land, and the recent discovery is on this fault, the backup thrust, the Java backup thrust, that passing lots of very populated city, including Jakarta, Semarang over here, and Surabaya. So that's a Java backup thrust over here. Yeah, so this is a mountain range, Java backup thrust. This is like Java Sea. Okay, so this is research, just the paper by Sonny Aribo. Is also in this seminar. Yeah, so showing this active Java backup thrust that extending through Bekasi and then come to Jakarta. As you see here, he proves that this backup thrust is really coming to Jakarta. Some of them is as a blind thrust. So this is the Jakarta here. So as we see here, there's lots of blind thrust, and also the some of them comes to the surface. So as you see here, that is a depot blind thrust, and over here it even coming to the center of Jakarta. I don't know where is it. I think it's Monas maybe. And there are several thrust front. One is in a depot, and the other is in a Bogor. So the depot lies around the University of Indonesia, and in Bogor is locating around IPB. So IPB and UI seems to share the same faith for the earthquake. Okay, so another examples of showing the active blind thrust from the seismic reflection data over there, so extending through the Jakarta. So that's the blind thrust beneath Jakarta. So Sonny just got his PhD this year. Good work, Sonny. And also we have some evidence from the seismic works from PILIC, Sriwidiantoro team, also confirm that the Baribis fault or the backup thrust near Jakarta is active because it has seismic activity. Okay, and Sonny has been proved for his dissertation that this backup thrust not just extending in Java, but it continues to Nusa Tenggara, Bali, Lombok, and Sumba. Yeah, so it's a major earthquake fault in Java. Okay, here's another examples that we just recently studied this backup truss. And here's Semarang, as you see here, this frontal truss and many truss branches are just spreading across the Semarang city. Yeah. So as we see here, this the hilly side, the back of the hills of Semarang is actually sitting in above this Semarang truss. Okay, recently we also have earthquake in Cianjur. It's showing that even the magnitude 5.6 could also loss of destruction and people die lots. Now we move to Jakarta. So we know that in Yogyakarta we have the earthquake in 2006. Before that, we have another the similar earthquake in 1867. So it's a repeating earthquake here. So this is the earthquake fault for the 2006. And recent studies showing that the active fault is not just the opaque fault that produced earthquake in 2006, but there's also a possibility of another active fault. We call it the Mataram fault, extending just right through the center of Yogyakarta. So this will be the focus of the next study of the active faults, because it's important. In East Indonesia is even more active than West Indonesia, because the plate velocities, the relative plate velocities, is double times. In Java, Sumatra, the plate tectonic velocity is around 60 millimeter per year, but East Indonesia is 120 millimeter per year. So it's like one of the fastest tectonic moving in the world. Double times mean it's more frequent that it could happen here. So this is also one of the dissertation of brain research, Adipatria, that also has finished his dissertation last year also. A couple of years ago, actually. Okay, as we see here, the loss of earthquake happened here. Adipatria focusing on another strike slip fault, is the fault like Sumatran fault, also like the East Anatolian fault in Turkey is a major fault, extending from Papua to Maluku and then to Sulawesi. Yeah, the names changed from Yapen fault, Sorong Sula fault, and then in Sulawesi it's called the Matano and Palukoro fault. And in Palukoro fault we have a major earthquake in 2018 with magnitude 7.5. We have intensively studied this earthquake 2018, and it has been published in Geophysical Journal International, showing in great details the Palukoro fault that has been ruptured in 2018, magnitude 7.5. So just like in Turkey, in the East Anatolian fault, the Palu 2018 earthquake also has the fault ruptures, and it moved up to 5 meters. So it's almost similar to the Turkey earthquake. Yeah. So we see in the field that most of the housing and the building that built along the fault rupture, along the fault line, has been collapsed or heavily damaged. So here's the data, the slip. The slip is the displacement along the fault, as you see here. So the slip, the maximum uplift displacement along the fault is up to 600 centimeters or 6 meters. So as big as the Turkey's fault rupture. And the fault rupture length in Palu is around 180 kilometers from inland to offshore. In Turkey, it's up to several hundred kilometers, yeah, bigger. In Palu, there's a shaking, there's a fault ruptures, and also it triggered a massive liquefaction. So it caused lots of damage and victims. Yeah, and it also generated a tsunami, which is also big, up to 3 meters. That caused lots of damage also in the beaches area. So what next? In Sulawesi, after the Palu 2018 earthquake, according to our study, this green one in the Matano Fault is a seismic gap. It has not been ruptured for more than a couple hundred years. So this could be the next large earthquake disasters in Sulawesi. We also studied this in details. It's part of Adipatria's dissertation, and we map in details the Matano Fault in Bahadopi area, which is now developed very frequently because it becomes the for the industrial nickel production, batteries. In Lombok in 2018, also we have a big earthquake. Yeah. So this is the backup thrust. So this is a continuation of the Java backup thrust in Nusa Tenggara. Yeah. It's uplifted the northern beach of Lombok about 40 centimeters. That uplifted these corals, just like in Sumatra. Yeah. So there are many earthquakes that happened recently. This is a Kalatwa fault that's been documented very nicely offshore. So the similarities between Turkey and Indonesia is middle-income countries located in very active tectonics with many active fault lines on land. Besides on land active faults, Indonesia also has the longest subduction zone, 3 times longer than in Japan. Many active faults are still not well mapped or unknown. This is one of the challenges. High population, fast-growing infrastructures, but largely still without considering earthquake hazards and risk reduction efforts, both in spatial planning to avoid active fault lines and earthquake, and also it has to imply the earthquake resistant structures to be safe. The standard and regulation in earthquake buildings code is still weakly applied, so many homes and buildings are not designed to hold the earthquake shaking. And last, public education and knowledge on earthquake and hazard risk reduction is still poor. We have a committee that regularly updated the seismic hazard map in Indonesia. It's called PUSCAN. It's now under public works ministry. Yeah. So I'm on the geology working group here in this committee, PUSCAN committee. So this is published lastly in 2017, and now the national team is working toward revising or updating the seismic map that will be published probably next year. The 2017 Indonesian seismic hazard map has been published in the Ministry of Public Works. So basically, if all the houses and buildings follow the information and regulation of this book, and it has been on the SNI for the National Standard Building Code. So I think largely it will be safe from the earthquake shaking whenever it happens. So this is a big challenge for us. Okay, final remarks. So there are still many earthquake codes that have not been well identified or studied. So research in active faults and the hazard and risk evaluations and implementations need to be improved. Strengthen regulation and practices in earthquake building codes, including for private houses. Now there is no clear regulation for the private houses to be built that could hold the earthquake shaking. EMB. Applying earthquake shaking and surface rupture mitigation in spatial planning and development. So the surface rupture means mitigating the fault lines. The fault line has to be open space if possible, yeah, not build houses, especially the large building. Further develop education, awareness, and preparedness in earthquake hazard knowledge and mitigation, including for formal education since elementary school. So this is very important. We have to have a formal education, not just like a public education since elementary school. Thank you very much. Hello, Sonny.
Thank you very
okay.
much, Pak Dhani, for the interesting presentation. So if we review the presentation that Professor Dhani done, it mentioned the similarities between the geological condition of the Turkey and then Indonesia, especially for the strike slip fault. And then we must we must do the mitigation for Indonesia, so because we know Indonesia has so many active faults. Then there was outstanding works about the active fault mapping in Indonesia that already been done, but again we still need more improvement to map the active fault in Indonesia. As we know, there are potential active fault in Jakarta, then continues to the east, to the Semarang and Surabaya, and then it continues more to the east, to the Nusa Tenggara, where the islands such as Bali, Lombok, which has so many touristic resort, is in danger by the fault. So are there any questions for the this presentation? Yes, there's one question from Mr. Roberto from Italian Embassy. So please.
Okay. So thanks a lot for the presentation. Very interesting. So let's say, looking at the map, do you think that PGA value computed in the area of Jakarta is okay, or is it underestimated? And then the second question, are there studies regarding the site effects, I mean, local amplifications due to the local configuration?
Yes. Can I answer the question, Sonny? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Roberto. This is a very important question. So the Indonesian seismic hazard map in 2017 has not taken into account this the discovery of this Barabis fault or backup thrust fault that extending through Jakarta has not been taken account yet. So I would say that the next Indonesian seismic hazard map that will be updated, will be published next year, we have the PGA significantly higher than now. It will be significant, and also as we have discussed, the Jakarta, because it's near beneath that is it's a blind thrust, also maybe a thrust that coming to the surface, not just from the shaking. So we have to consider also the fault ruptures, the ground movement on the surface because of the earthquake faults. And also because Jakarta is on the alluvium, the thick alluvium, so we also have to consider liquefations. I think that, so yes, Jakarta facing a high earthquake hazard because of this newly discovered backup thrust, but not just Jakarta, but also other big cities like Semarang and Surabaya.
I think it's good. Okay, thank you, Mr. Roberto, for the questions. Is it quite clear, or do you have any other questions? Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the chat Zoom platform? Well, okay. Again, I would say thank you very much, Professor Dhani, for the interesting presentations, and then we can continue to the next.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dhani. We can continue to the next speakers. Dr. Eko Yulianto. He is the researcher from the National Agency of Research and Innovation, BRIN, from the same research center, Geological Disaster. So mostly, I think he will talk about the tsunamis, as he is one of the best researcher in Indonesia who talk about the paleo tsunamis. So please welcome Pak Eko Yulianto. The time is yours. Pak Eko. I'm sorry, Pak Eko, we couldn't hear anything from you.
Okay, what about now?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll start my presentations. Thank you very much, moderator, and good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizing committee for inviting me to this seminar and for preparing this seminar. And in this occasions, I would explain overall results of paleo tsunami study along the south coast of Java that has been being done actually since 2006, just right before the 2006 of Java tsunami, until recently. Our research focus area is megathrust along the South Java Island, which is part of the Sunda megathrust, which extends from offshore of Myanmar to the north to offshore of the lesser Sunda Islands east of Bali. Just to remind you that the northern part of this megathrust, about 1,200 kilometers, has ruptured and produced magnitude 9.1 earthquake that triggered a giant tsunami in December 26, 2004. The epicenter of this earthquake is just offshore of Banda Aceh. And in the configurations of a circum-Pacific subduction zone, the Sunda megathrust is in the western part, we know that. And within about the last 300 years, the circum-Pacific subduction zone overall has produced 6 magnitude 9 earthquakes, which trigger tsunamis, including the devastating ones took place in 2004 in Indonesia, the Indian Ocean tsunami, and the 2011, the Tohoku tsunami. The 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake and tsunami has been a kind of waking call event or a turning point, not only for public and perceptions of devastating tsunami disaster could be, but also for geoscientists in their understanding and perceptions about magnitude 9 earthquakes. As we know that before the 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake and tsunami, many geoscientists believe that they already knew where the magnitude 9 earthquake might or might not take place. This confidence came from the recognition of a pattern on the distributions of magnitude 9 earthquake in relations with the age of the subducted slab and the convergence rates. From the distribution table in this slide, they assumed that the Sunda megathrust along the northern Sumatra would not be capable in producing a magnitude 9 earthquake. But the 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake tsunami show the invalidity of this assumption. This leads to a new hypothesis that firstly proposed by McCaffrey in 2008, in which all the subduction zones on the Earth are capable in producing magnitude 9 earthquakes. The difference among the subduction zones are only related to the magnitude and the recurrence interval. Based on this new hypothesis, then McCaffrey proposed a hypothetical calculations on the possible magnitude and recurrence interval of magnitude 9 earthquake from the subduction zone, including the subduction zone south coast of Java, to be magnitude 9.6 earthquake at the maximum, with 675 years recurrence interval. Unfortunately, as we know that there is no clear written record on the occurrence of magnitude 9 earthquake and or tsunami found so far along this area. There were many written records of earthquake and tsunami within the last at least 300 years, but all the earthquakes were below magnitude 8. Assuming the calculation result of McCaffrey, a magnitude 9 earthquake should have occurred within the last 700 years. And if the recurrence interval is assumed to be 675 years, we could expect to find at least 2 large events within the last 1500 years. This assumption is used to guide us during our paleo-tsunami hunting along the south coast of Java. If we assume that the deposition rate along the coastal area is about 0.1 centimeter a year, suppose that it is a normal deposition rate, we could expect to find the evidences of those earthquakes and tsunamis in a depth of less than 2 meters. And if there was a magnitude 9 earthquake from the Sunda megathrust subduction zone in the past, we could also expect to find the evidences in many places, of course, along the south coast of Java. The other question is, why Java? I have tried to calculate the possible risk due to large earthquake that trigger tsunami along the south coast of Java. And from these calculations, by 2030, large earthquake and tsunamis will potentially threaten 28.2 million people that live on the coastal plain along the south coast of Java. The risk will surely increase because the Indonesian government has been seriously encouraged the development of the South Java coastal plain as a new economic center since a couple years back. This is the reasons why earthquake and tsunami disaster mitigation in south coast of Java is very important. And this slide shows the study sites we have visited so far for paleo tsunami hunting since 2006 until recently. We visited several sites where we found prominent evidences. Sometimes we revisited some sites for several times before then we found the prominent evidences. But in this occasion, in these presentations, I will only show best evidences from 3 sites that hopefully representing all the sites. One site is from the west and one site from the center, and the last site from the east. The slide shows our early fieldwork in Pangandaran during our early visit in 2007, when we cleansed the river banks and found several candidates of paleo tsunami layers in the riverbank, and one possible prominent candidate for the large tsunami event in the past, as indicated by the sedimentology and stratigraphy of the layer. And this is the riverbank with the stratigraphy of the riverbank. In this riverbank, we found a prominent undulated sand layer which contains a lot of foraminifers, radiolarias, and some ostrocotes. And we also took 2 samples for dating at the beginning. The samples were nipa fruits, kinds of mangrove vegetation fruit, taken right below the sand layer. And those 2 samples yielded ages of about 400 years before presence. There could be land level changes also from this stratigraphy due to the earthquake, as indicated by the abrupt change of stratigraphy. We can see here from the deck mangrove mud below the layer to light brown silt of flood deposits. The earthquake might have uplifted the land somehow to change the deposition area of the site. Although that some geophysicists doesn't agree to say that the land along the south coast of Java may experience the uplift because the subduction slab along the coast is quite deep. But this is what we found as the evidence that there could be an uplift due to the large earthquake in the past. And this slide is a close-up photo of the sand layer in the previous from the previous slide, showing its undulation structure that possibly due to any other ground sackings after its deposition. We can also see here the change of stratigraphy from dark gray mangrove mud below to brown flood deposit above the layer. And it is great to see this, the other evidence. We found this evidence last year when we visited last time the south coast of Java in archaeological sites. We can see here a layer consists of abundant earthenware fragments that mix with molar cells and fragments. And we try to take the samples for dating and from the cells. And the dating yielded a net of 2,400 years before presence. So it is quite interesting here because we know that the archaeological site is relatively younger than the age of the smaller shell. So the basic question is how come that the earthenware fragments mix with the molar cells? So one possible explanation is due to tsunami. Maybe we can discuss other explanations, but in the site we also found the evidence of this. This is the rocks. It's actually a pedestal of the building in the archaeological site. We found a 12 pedestal, a very big pedestal from sandstones actually, that were not in its original positions, have been somewhat toppled or has shifted to other position. And the slides present a photo of the landscape of Site 1 as shown in the index map. Site 1, Binuangan in Western Java. And the slide showing almost 2-kilometer long swamp. We can, I don't know the situation right now, but it is several years back. In the swamps, at the time, we encountered a layer of woods, and we took several samples for dating, and 2 C14 dating of wood samples yielded ages of 300 to 400 years before present. In the sites, we also have 2 other paleotsunami candidates actually that based on the C14 datings, those layers deposited about 1600 to 1700 years before presence and about 3500 years before presence. And this is a sketch of the occurrence of wood layer deposited around 300 to 400 years before presence in the swamp located. The swamp itself is located about 1.5 kilometers from the present coastal line in Pinuangan, Western Java. The tsunami sand layer candidate in this site in Pinuangan contains rich of foraminifers, including the planktonic foraminifers. These slide photos of some foraminifers present in the tsunami layer candidate. And the tables, you can see clearly, presents the variety of the forams we found in the tsunami sands and their richness in several samples. This photo is another outcrop we encounter in Pinuangan site, the westernmost tip of Java, showing uplifted branching coral layer, many crude position, and many of them in crude position that buried by coarse sand composed of molar cells and algae fragments. Based on C14 dates of articulated molar cells, the coral was uplifted about 1600 years before presence. We speculatively presume that this uplift event might relate to the Proto-Krakatau eruptions, which, based on the aerosol deposit in Arctic and Antarctic, might have occurred in 535 AD. And a trench we dug in Kulon Progo site, this represents the sites in the center. So in the index map, it is the site number 7. So in the site in Central Java, but quite close to Yogyakarta, only about 2 kilometers from the new international Yogyakarta airport. The tsunami layer appears as a brown reddish color, as we can see in the slide. And the layers is a fine sands that contain many foraminifers and radial areas. We can see here that the stratigraphic appearance of this trend is comparable with that of the stratigraphy in Pangandaran outcrops, indicating that a possible uplift triggered by the earthquake events. And the tsunami sand layer candidate in Kulon Progo also contains very rich ostracote and radiolary in juvenile forms. And the slide photos show some foraminifers juvenile form that present in the tsunami sands from Kulon Progo. And this slide presents a photo of an outcrop in site 11 in Tabanan, Bali, as referred by the arrow. And in this photo showing an imbrication structure of cobbles and some pebbles toward land as an indication of the current direction that deposited them going from the sea to landwards. And the imbrication structure at the outcrop of site 11 is also shown by other material. In this photo, we can see the imbrication structure shown by ruptile fragments also, showing that if it is right that this is the tsunami event, there are some civilizations to be the victims of this tsunami. And to reveal the time frame of its tsunami layer candidates that we found along the south coast of Java, we sent many C14 datings, many C14 samples for datings, and these are some of the dating results. It shows that the occurrence of synchronity among sites of the result. Based on this synchronity, we arrive to the conclusions of this paleo-tsunami study along the south coast of Java about the tsunami events along the south coast of Java in the past, as shown in the next slides. So as we know that there were several relatively small earthquakes and tsunami as reported by Newcomb and McCann in 1987, such as what happened in 1840, 1859, 1921, and we also experienced the two last ones in 1994 east of Java and 2006 in Pangandaran, central of Java. But additionally, from this study, we claim about the occurrence of 4 tsunami events along the south coast of Java within the last 3,000 years. Those occur in about 400 to 700 BC, and then 100 to 300 BC, and 800 to 180, and then 1584. Why we can identify the last one quite precisely, because actually we did not only gather the information from the geological in the field and also in the laboratory, but we also study the manuscript and try to find any documented or written record about any earthquake and tsunami that happened in Java along the south coast of Java possibly, and we come to a conclusion: the occurrence of a big earthquake and tsunami in 1584. And that's all my presentations, and thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you very much, Pak Eko Yulianto, for the nice presentations about the historical tsunamis in Indonesia. So, if there are any questions, you can ask, please. So there is Mr. Roberto again who will give a question for the presentation.
Hello, thanks for the presentation. I was wondering, is it easy to distinguish a paleo-tsunami of tectonic origin from a paleo-tsunami of volcanic origin?
Is that all the question?
Yeah, the question is there any distinguish between the tsunamis because of the volcanic origin and the tectonic origins?
Thank you. So I'm happy to hear that questions, because I'm here now is still in the field for doing another paleo tsunami huntings in relations with the Krakatau eruption in the past, particularly the 1883. And what we found from the Krakatau tsunami deposits in Tanjung Lesung, it is in Banten province, is that almost all of the tsunami deposit in more than I think 20 trenches we dug, we found the associations of the tsunami layer with tephra in it, mixed with the tephra, and even we almost could find in every trench a layer of pumice there. And surprisingly, that the pumice itself is not in a it is a very distinct layer there, with the size of the fragment is about pebble size, something like that, and it is rounded in there, and the layer is in associations of a silt. It is a green silt that contains a lot of volcanic ash in it. But above this pumice layer, we can also find kinds of whitish gray mud that we infer that this mud could be in relations with returns by Verbix when we visited the area 2 years after the 1883 volcanic eruptions and tsunami. He made a note about the mud rain, hot mud rain, hot mud rain, and so we can see there is very clear about this layer as and present as the whitish gray layer there. So if the tsunami is triggered by really triggered by the volcanic activity, then we can expect to find the associations with the volcanic product, pyroclastic volcanic product. But if the situation is just like what happened in 2018, where actually the tsunami is triggered by the landslide of the volcanic flanks, then maybe we could not find this kind of association. This is my answer. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Roberto and Pak Eko, for the answer. And another questions, maybe? Okay, or maybe I will ask a question. One question. I'm just curious about the from the 12 sites that you observe, are there some indication of the same time that the tsunami happened?
Yeah, that is the second last slide we show. But sorry, I will share screens once more to show. So sorry, this is the third last slide. So this is the dating result, and based on this dating result, we then can classify the events that lead us to these conclusions about what happened in the past within the last 3,000 years. That we found synchronous tsunami layers evident based on the datings that occur in between 400 to 700 BC, before Christmas, and the sediments forms along the undulated line here. So it is only a western part of Java, and then another tsunami event between 100 to 300 AD that occur based on the tsunami layers occur along the south coast of West Java and Central Java. And then what happened, one another event happened in between 800 to 1000 AD that struck the south coast of Java from west to almost about maybe some little bit part of East Java. And then possibly the largest one is occur in 1584, because we found the evidence not only in Java, but we also found the evidence in Tabanan, Bali, and also in Pantai Kuta and Lombok. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's quite clear. So we can conclude that south of Java to the south of Bali is quite close, especially for the tsunami hazard. So we should know the past historical events of the tsunamis, and then we can learn about it for the mitigation in the future. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Eko Yulianto, for the presentation. It's very interesting. So for now, maybe the participants in the room can have a coffee break, but because Pak Daryono already in the Zoom, right? So perhaps we can continue while some people here can do the coffee break. We can continue the presentation to Pak Daryono, the head of the Center of the Earthquake and the Tsunamis from the BMKG. National Agency of Meteorological, Climatology, and Geophysics. So please, Pak Daryono, time is yours.
Iya, tunggu Pak, saya betulin presentasi sebentar ya, 2 menit atau 3 menit. Bisa didengar suara saya, Pak?
Bagaimana?
Suara saya bisa terdengar?
Iya. But the slides, maybe. Okay, while waiting Pak Daryono to give his presentation, so you can enjoy the snacks here. So please enjoy.
Kenapa kamera nggak bisa ya? Kamera aku nggak bisa ya. Padahal udah nyambung ini ya.
Itu kamera masih tutup, Pak.
Iya. Ini tidak salah kamera ya. Oke, bisa terdengar Pak suaranya? Halo?
Ya, bisa Pak.
Oke, ladies and gentlemen. Dear colleagues, a very good morning to all of you. In this opportunity, I apologize for the delivering my presentation in bahasa Indonesia. Bapak Ibu sekalian yang saya hormati, pada kesempatan ini saya akan menyampaikan materi kami dari BMKG dengan judul The Importance of Studying Seismicity in Earthquake Hazard Identification, a Decade of Earthquake Monitoring and Analysis at BMKG. Jadi kami akan menceritakan terkait dengan pentingnya kita mengelola data kegempaan secara detail untuk identifikasi kebencanaan. Dalam hal ini adalah identifikasi sumber gempa. Apakah itu zona megatrust, apakah secara aktif atau sumber gempa diffuse. Jadi hingga saat ini BMKG sudah melakukan instalasi sensor seismograf hingga bulan ini, Oktober, sebanyak 521 stasiun yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Jadi seismograf kami ini meliputi broadband seismograf, kemudian short period seismograf, dan di antara sensor kami juga ada yang diinstalasi oleh Geophone, oleh Jerman, disseminate, Jepang, CIE, Cina, dan CTBTO. Dan ini adalah progres dari instalasi seismograf kami sejak tahun 2019. Dan tampaknya memang ada sebuah lompatan besar yang terjadi pada tahun 2019. Nah, kalau kita melihat bagaimana kami memonitor gempa di Indonesia, kita saat ini memiliki kantor stasiun geofisika sebanyak 31 lokasi di Indonesia, dan mereka lah yang mengelola seismograf kami di daerah. Dan dari stasiun geofisika itu, kita membentuk Regional Seismology Center atau RSC, dan kita memiliki sebanyak 10 regional center monitoring kegempaan kita. Dan untuk kantor-kantor daerah ini, mereka hanya diizinkan menyebarluaskan informasi gempa yang memiliki magnitudo kurang dari 5. Kalau BMKG pusat, kita akan memberikan informasi gempa dengan magnitudo di atas 5. Di samping info gempa, kita juga akan memberikan peringatan dini tsunami, yang semua itu kita sebarluaskan dengan beberapa multimoda, seperti text message, website, sosial media, email, maupun warning receiver system. Ini adalah produk utama kita, yaitu informasi gempa bumi, meliputi waktu gempa, magnitudo, kedalaman, kemudian moment tensor yang merupakan gambaran pensesaran yang terjadi dalam event gempa tersebut, juga peringatan dini tsunami. Nah, inilah gambaran kami di dalam melakukan proses gempa, processing gempa dan penyebar luasan. Jadi di sini kita di daerah juga melakukan analisis, kemudian juga kita menginformasikan ke pusat, kemudian kita berikan informasi cepat dalam waktu 3 menit, baik itu info gempa maupun tsunami warning. Dan inilah bagaimana cara kita bekerja ketika terjadi gempa. Kita menggunakan live video streaming yang kita bisa terhubung dengan kantor daerah, sehingga kita bisa berkomunikasi langsung terkait dengan koordinasi penentuan parameter gempa, juga terkait dengan peringatan tsunami. Ini adalah gambaran dari website kami yang bisa dilihat di internet. Kemudian juga ini adalah aplikasi mobile yang kita desain untuk bisa dimiliki oleh seluruh masyarakat yang memiliki handphone dan sudah terdapat di Play Store. Kemudian ini adalah media disseminasi formal kami, yaitu warning receiver system yang kita titipkan ke pemerintah daerah dan instansi terkait, sehingga dengan ini mereka bisa segera menindaklanjuti apakah info gempa atau peringatan tsunami dengan baik di kabupaten, kota maupun provinsi untuk penentuan evakuasi atau tidak jika terjadi tsunami. Bapak Ibu sekalian, ini adalah gambaran perjalanan pemasangan sensor kami dan data yang dihasilkan. Sebelum tahun 2019, kita hanya bisa menentukan magnitudo moment itu di atas 3,5. Tapi pada pasca penambahan sensor tahun 2019 hingga sekarang, kita bisa memberikan magnitudo moment itu di atas 3,0. Jadi kita lebih bisa mendapatkan magnitudo lebih kecil terkait dengan. Namun untuk magnitudo lokal, BMKG mampu memberikan informasi magnitudo 0,8. Dan kalau kita melihat di sini terkait dengan panah merah ini adalah kekosongan atau BMKG tidak ada progres pemasangan seismograf. Tampak di sini gempa yang terjadi memang lebih rendah jika dibanding dengan panah biru ini, di mana kita sudah melakukan penambahan. Dan ternyata memang penambahan sensor kami itu memberikan dampak terhadap detektibilitas data gempa cukup banyak. Sejak 2019 kita mendapati aktivitas gempa yang tercatat semakin banyak. Tidak sebanyak saat masih sebelum 2019, di mana sensor kami tidak terlalu banyak. Nah, ini adalah hasil dari monitoring gempa kami sejak 2010. Tampak di sini dari apa yang sudah kita lakukan dengan monitoring gempa dan pengelolaan data gempa ini, kita bisa mengungkap atau menjelaskan terkait dengan beberapa sumber gempa yang tidak teridentifikasi. Karena memang data kita sudah semakin akurat terkait dengan baik itu kemampuan di dalam menentukan epicenter maupun juga terkait dengan kecilnya magnitudo yang bisa kita dapatkan, sehingga ini menjadi sumber daya yang sangat penting di dalam mengidentifikasi sesar aktif. Ya. Kemudian kita juga bisa mengenali aktivitas kegempaan di subduction zone dengan baik. Bahkan kita juga bisa mengenali zona-zona seismic gap di sumber gempa yang aktif, ya. Termasuk juga kita bisa memantau core shock, main shock, aftershock dengan baik. Termasuk juga beberapa aktivitas earthquake swarm di berbagai tempat di Indonesia. Kemudian kita juga bisa mendapatkan sebaran seismisitas gempa di kedalaman menengah, juga gempa-gempa dalam. ini adalah gambaran kita data gempa dalam kita atau di fokus kita, kemudian intermediate earthquake, kemudian juga gempa dangkal ya, dan ini merupakan sumber daya yang sangat penting di dalam kita mengkaji kegempaan dan tujuannya dalam rangka identifikasi sesar dan tujuan-tujuan mitigasi. Nah, ini adalah gambaran sejak tahun 2009 bahwa BMKG bisa mengenali, bisa mengidentifikasi sumber gempa dengan baik, dan seperti Cianjur kita bisa menentukan jejak aftershock dengan baik dan bisa mengungkap blind fault yang terjadi saat itu. Apakah itu juga termasuk gempa-gempa lain yang berhubungan dengan active fault identification, kemudian mengungkap zona trust di rupture-nya, rupture dari zona trusting tersebut, kemudian juga mengidentifikasi multi-plate earthquake, kemudian megatrust event, dan lain-lain termasuk juga intrasub earthquake. Nah, ini adalah key points yang pertama, bahwa kita selama ini sejak tahun 2010 dengan mengelola data gempa yang kita miliki, kita bisa mengumpulkan dan mengevaluasi katalog gempa di Indonesia dari 2010 sampai 2022 dengan baik. Kemudian juga ada peningkatan jumlah monitor. Kita ada memiliki peningkatan yang signifikan terkait dengan pembangunan seismograf kita untuk monitor gempa, di mana jaringan seismik Indonesia sejak periode 2019 sampai 2022 ini terjadi setelah gempa Lombok, Palu, dan kasus tsunami anak Krakatau. Kita mengalami penambahan dana yang cukup banyak untuk membangun seismograf hingga saat ini lebih dari 500 seismograf ya. Kemudian kita juga menyediakan katalog gempa yang terpadu ya. Di sini terkait dengan homogeneous magnitude, seperti misalnya kita akan membuat katalog khusus untuk magnitude moment ya. Dan ini merupakan sumber daya data yang sangat penting untuk sebagai dasar dari kajian seismisitas dan untuk kajian bahaya gempa. Sehingga dengan mengkatalogkan magnitude tertentu, ini memiliki tujuan masing-masing untuk studi spesifik kita. Kemudian juga kita melakukan analisis seismisitas detail yang ini penting untuk mengenali karakteristik sesar aktif dan yang kemudian digunakan untuk identifikasi bahayanya terkait dengan kegempaan yang mungkin terjadi. Nah, baik Bapak Ibu, kita lihat Sumatera terkait dengan keberadaan sumber gempanya, ada subduction zone, ada Sumatera fault zone, dan Mentawai backtrust zone. Nah, di sini kita bisa menggambarkan aktivitas dari sumber gempa tersebut, dan ternyata memang dari kasus-kasus yang terjadi, gempa yang terjadi di Bener Meriah, kemudian di Jaya, Karo earthquake, kita bisa mengenali mekanisme sumbernya dengan baik. Kemudian gempa terbaru Pasaman earthquake tahun 2022 kita bisa memetakan jejak aftershock dan merupakan representasi dari sesar aktifnya, termasuk juga memantau aktivitas Toba Swam yang terjadi, kemudian juga mengenali seismic gap di Mentawai, dan juga earthquake swarm di Lampung, di Semangko, dan ini merupakan sequence earthquake. Nah, ini adalah gambaran kami memetakan dengan detail terkait dengan baik itu hasil relokasi kita, dan kita bisa memetakan kelanjutan dari sesar yang ada di Pasaman Barat ini. Kemudian juga kita juga bisa mengenali adanya zona kekosongan seismik yang ada di segmen Mentawai ini, yang diduga merupakan kawasan yang sedang mengalami akumulasi, dan ini tampak jelas bahwa zona ini masih lebih rendah aktivitasnya dibanding dengan yang lain, meskipun ada beberapa gempa yang akan terjadi di utara Siberut, namun itu belum menjawab keseluruhan dari zona yang mengalami kekosongan ini. Nah, ini adalah gambaran dari data yang terjadi di Mentawai bagian utara, dan ini kita bisa mengatakan sebagai sebuah alarm ya, alarm terkait dengan kemungkinan rilisnya megatrust Mentawai Ciperut itu. Dan namun demikian hingga saat ini kita belum menunjukkan adanya foreshock yang berarti yang kita maksud sebagai repeating earthquake atau repeater. Kita belum dapat itu. Tapi alarm gempa yang menunjukkan bahwa di situ bisa berpotensi gempa sudah ada. Dan ini adalah data yang kami kumpulkan di zona segmen Mentawai itu. Kemudian Jawa kita memiliki zona subduksi yang aktif, Semandiri Fault, kemudian Lembang Fault, Opak, Kendeng Trust, dan Baribis Fault, dan sesar yang tentu saja belum dikenal dengan baik. Karena memang di sini banyak sekali zona seismisitas yang belum terpetakan sesarnya, seperti ini. Jadi kita melihat ini tidak hanya subduction zone, tapi di authorized pun ada aktivitasnya di luar zona subduksi. Kemudian juga di Jawa, kita banyak sekali konsisten antara earthquake monitoring kami dengan jalur sesar yang dipetakan oleh Temposcan ini. Namun kita mendapati banyak sekali klaster-klaster seismisitas yang belum muncul petasarnya. Apakah ini blind fault, apakah ini perlu kajian lebih lanjut. Tapi yang pasti di utara Jawa ini kita juga mendapati bahwa aktivitas gempa dalam di sini masih aktif ya. Kemudian ini adalah gempa Cianjur yang kita amati berdasarkan seismisitas kita, dan ini menjadi menarik karena begitu magnitudenya itu relatif kecil tapi memberikan dampak yang luar biasa, kematian korban jiwa yang cukup banyak, dan yang menjadi misteri adalah jalur sesarnya. Dan kami tentu saja kepemilikan kami adalah gempa aktivitas seismisitas detail, maka kita mengestimasi jalur sesar dengan aktivitas kami. Dan kita tampak di Jawa Barat ini juga ada klaster-klaster aktivitas yang cukup menarik, seperti di zona Jalur Selatan, kemudian Cipamingkis, kemudian di Sukabumi sendiri. Di sini tampak ada zona klaster seismisitas yang berada di barat daya Gunung Salak. Ini adalah Eastern Banda Sunda Arc. Di sini ada zona subduksi, collision zone, forest trust, dan beberapa zona teraktif. Dan ini menarik sekali karena tahun 2002 terdapat gempa yang cukup signifikan di laut forest yang sebelumnya belum terpetakan ya. Dan ini adalah gambaran trasivitas yang kita dapatkan di sini. Dan kalau kita melihat zona authorized ini cukup aktif, ada di selatan Bali, Lombok, Sumbawa, kemudian di zona megatrust ini relatif sepi kalau kita melihatnya ya. Justru gempa-gempa di intraplat ini cukup banyak, cukup padat. Yang klasternya tampak di sini ada di gempa Lombok, kemudian juga gempa di Sumbawa, kemudian di barat Banda, barat Sumba, dan ini juga tampak sekali aktivitas gempa dalam atau difokus terpetakan dengan sangat baik. Ini adalah kajian yang dilakukan oleh Dr. Sianipar menunjukkan bahwa Flores Trust yang memang lebih aktif membangkitkan gempa-gempa dibanding zona di megatrustnya. Kemudian Kalimantan, ini adalah zona low seismicity, namun di bagian timur di Tarakan cukup aktif, kemudian di Mangkalihat juga di daerah antara Kalimantan Timur dengan Kalimantan Selatan juga terdapat aktivitas sesar di sana. Dan kemudian juga zona diffuse ada di barat Kalimantan, di Kendawangan tahun 2016 memicu gempa merusak juga. Ini adalah Sulawesi, ada North Sulawesi Subduction Zone, kemudian Palu Koro dan Matano Fault yang diduga menjadi kawasan yang masih seismic gap. Dan ini tampak jelas bahwa gempa Poso 2017, gempa Palu 2018, gempa Luwuk 2019, dan gempa Mamuju 2021, juga Mamasa Swamp tampak terpetakan dengan baik oleh kami. Kemudian juga sweeping observation pada gempa Palu, ini tampak sekali memang ada sebuah fenomena yang menarik bahwa gempa Palu ini menunjukkan ada sebuah jalur sesar yang baru, tidak seperti yang kita sebelumnya, bahwa ini merupakan jalur sesar sangat aktif, dan kita juga tahu bahwa gempa ini memiliki keistimewaan terkait dengan super share, kemudian juga mampu menimbulkan tsunami karena landslide-nya dan juga liquefaction. Nah, ini adalah gambaran jejak sesarnya. Kemudian juga ini adalah Maluku. Di sini ada zona kolisi yang kompleks ya. Di sini ada double subduction, ada seram trough, kemudian sesar mendatar di sekitar seram. Dan ini adalah peta seismisitasnya. Kita bisa lihat di sini sumber gempa tadi memiliki aktivitas kegempaan yang cukup tinggi dari baik itu yang ada di Laut Maluku double subduction, kemudian juga di Halmahera Selatan, kemudian di Seram Trough, kemudian juga sesar-sesar aktif di antara Seram dan Ambon. Dan ini menarik sekali bahwa gempa Ambon 2019 itu memiliki aktivitas seismisitas yang sangat tinggi hingga mencapai lebih dari 3.000 kali, dan tampaknya tim ITB juga membuktikan bahwa di zona ini ada fenomena off fault seismicity. Jadi sesar-sesar di sekitar sesar utama itu ikut aktif, sehingga itu yang memicu terjadinya gempa-gempa yang cukup banyak di Ambon saat itu tahun 2019 itu. Ini adalah Papua. Kita melihat di sini di zona Mambramo, kemudian juga di Yapen, kemudian juga di Nabire, kemudian ada di Kepala Burung bagian utara. Di sini ada sesar Sorong dan Manokwari Trust. Tampak di sini masih sangat aktif sekali. Kemudian key point berikutnya adalah kita perlu meningkatkan kesempurnaan dari katalog gempa kita dengan menyatukan atau menyamakan magnitudo tertentu menjadi sebuah katalog tersendiri, sehingga kita bisa melihat variasi magnitudo berdasarkan MW sendiri, kemudian magnitudo body sendiri. Ini sangat penting untuk kelengkapan katalog dan lokasi ketidakpastian terkait dengan model bumi yang resolusi tinggi, dan juga terkait dengan kualitas katalog gempa bumi kita. Kemudian ada banyak kesempatan untuk mengkaji dan memanfaatkan katalog gempa ini, termasuk juga data gempa untuk dari jaringan kami untuk studi terkait dengan fisik gempa ya, apakah itu earthquake nucleation, kemudian initiation, interaction, apakah itu gempa picuan, aftershock, kemudian mindshock, foreshock, kemudian interaksi, apakah ini bisa memicu gempa lain, kemudian itu juga bagaimana swarm, ini perlu kita dalami bisa dengan data-data yang kami miliki untuk upaya mengetahui dan potensial gempa besar yang mungkin terjadi di jalur sesar tersebut untuk mitigasi bencana gempa bumi. Kemudian dari perspektif seismologi, deteksi seismik berdasarkan waveform ini seperti template matching, kemudian machine learning, ini sangat penting sekali. Kemudian relokasi hypocenter untuk mendapatkan kualitas hypocenter yang kredibel, kemudian gambaran inversi memang tensor yang cukup bagus sehingga bisa mendapatkan gambaran sesar yang terjadi. Kemudian juga ini semua akan membantu kita untuk meningkatkan evaluasi spasial dan temporal kegempaan yang terjadi. Ini adalah gambaran terkait dengan beberapa upaya yang telah dilakukan oleh para peneliti kami, di mana sesar aktif yang ditemukan beberapa akhir ini berbasis seismisitas ya, dan kaitannya dengan gempa yang sudah terjadi. Jadi ini adalah pentingnya mengkaji seismisitas detail ya yang dilakukan oleh Dr. Supendi, Tepen Supendi dan kawan-kawan. Ini adalah bagaimana gempa Mamuju tahun 2021 itu bisa digambarkan terkait dengan rupture seperti apa, dan ini menurut kawan bahwa ini adalah bentuk zona thrusting yang terjadi di kawasan Mamuju tersebut. Kemudian juga ini adalah bagaimana data gempa ini bisa menjawab adanya earthquake sequence yang terjadi di Teluk Semangko dan terpetakan dengan baik. Kemudian juga gempa Laut Flores yang cukup menjadikan kita surprise karena ternyata di situ ada sesar aktif yang bisa memicu gempa 7,4 dan selama ini belum pernah kita kenali. Dan dari data seismisitas juga zona itu merupakan zona termasuk low seismic. Tapi terjadi gempa sedemikian signifikan, ini menjadi menarik. Dan ternyata seismisitas kita bisa menjawab jejak-jejak yang diduga fault tersebut. Kemudian juga ini adalah gempa di Pasaman ya. Kita menyebut fault ya. Dan ini memang sebelumnya peta ini belum ada, namun berdasarkan rekonstruksi seismisitas ini kita bisa menggambarkan bahwa jalurnya seperti ini. Dan ini bisa jadi merupakan gempa ini berada di step over Sihanouk Fault dan Angkola, dan ini merupakan fenomena yang menarik bahwa kawasan kita sebenarnya masih banyak sekali jalur sesar yang belum terpetakan dan baru terungkap setelah gempa ini terjadi. Nah, ini adalah gempa Cianjur dan menurut kami BMKG merupakan bentuk ada semacam sesar aktif berarah tenggara barat laut, kemudian juga ada conjugate fault-nya berarah timur laut barat daya, dan ini merupakan betapa powerful-nya metode geofisika di dalam mengungkap fenomena kegempaan, dalam hal ini penyebabnya adalah blind fault. Jadi beberapa gempa merusak yang terjadi akhir-akhir ini di Indonesia memberikan semacam pengingat kita bahwa shallow crustal earthquake atau gempa kerak dangkal yang diakibatkan oleh active fault itu banyak sekali yang terjadi di dekat pemukiman, dan ini menjadi penting bahwa pentingnya kita terus melakukan identifikasi secara aktif, baik itu kerjasama antara metode geologi, geofisika, geodetik, ini sangat penting sekali. Kemudian pemetaan active fault sangat penting untuk updating peta hazard kita di Indonesia dan juga untuk mengetahui implikasi-implikasinya. Demikian, terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Selamat siang.
Thank you, Pak Daryono, for the interesting presentation about what BMKG has been done to update the active fault. I mean the source of the earthquake in Indonesia, and then maybe I will conclude briefly that lesson learned since 2009, BMKG already briefly identified the source of mechanism of the devastating earthquakes in Indonesia, and then compiled and evaluated of the Indonesian earthquake catalog, which is quite good job for Indonesian knowledge of the earthquakes. And one thing interesting is the geophysics methods, especially for the focal mechanism that show how we can identify the fault, the mechanism of the fault. So we can open for the question sessions, please, if somebody has some questions. And are there questions from the Zoom chat, maybe? Okay. Perhaps I will ask a question for Pak Daryono. So I will ask in English or Indonesia, which you prefer, Pak Daryono?
Silakan, Pak. Bahasa Inggris atau Indonesia nggak apa-apa.
Okay. So about the focal mechanism. So from the maps that produced by BMKG, we know that there is a ball shape that quite interesting and funny. I mean funny, not funny, but it's useful to show the mechanism of the fault. So is the small so far I know that the beach ball or the focal mechanism show the magnitude above 4 or 5 maybe, but are there data that show small magnitude of by the beach ball from the BMKG?
Ya, oke.
Ya, jadi mungkin apa namanya? Apakah ada data vokal mekanisme dari gempa-gempa dengan magnitud kecil seperti 2 yang diproduce oleh BMKG dan dipublish di website seperti gempa-gempa dengan skala besar?
Okay, Pak. Actually, BNPB produce or calculate whole, mostly all data that we obtain by using the W phase inversion to get the focal mechanisms. But mostly, the good results only based on the magnitude is above of 5.5. Even we get for the smaller earthquake, the focal mechanism result is not so quite good, did by inversion, but we can do it by polarity. Regarding the to publish the product of source mechanism, I mean the focal mechanisms, we publish it on the website of Inatius for whole data, but I mean the accurate or adequate result is only for magnitude is larger than 5.5. If you want to use the focal mechanisms product from BMKG, I advise to use it for the magnitude is larger than 5.5. Thank you.
Well, okay, thank you, Pak Daryono. So I think it's the focal mechanism solution or the beach ball is useful for researcher especially, and it will be good if people can know the mechanism of the fault quickly. So the next question from Mr. Sengji Wei from the EOS, I think, and he said that could you please elaborate on BMKG's quick response after damaging earthquakes?
Okay, please, Sengji.
Yeah, so there's a question from Mr. Sengji Wei. Could you please elaborate on BMKG's quick response after damaging earthquakes?
I can talk here, Pak Daryono, if that's necessary. I think the host already asked my question there, so I'm just wondering, like, what is BMKG's quick response once there's a big earthquake? Sorry that if you already talk about that in your talk, because I cannot understand everything that you talk about.
Thank you, Prof. Sengji. Actually, for the big earthquake or significant earthquake, BMKG currently can calculate or obtain the earthquake parameter in a very short time. Currently, we can provide him 3 minutes after the occurrence of the earthquake, and then after that, usually we get the information from the local government or disaster management office regarding the damaging data for the collapsed building or so on. So 1 hour after that, usually we conduct the press conference together with the National Disaster Management Office to explain the situation of the earthquake And we will provide any information regarding the earthquake, the mechanisms, the magnitude update, and BNPB will also provide the information regarding the damaging building, yeah, something like that. And if it needs to be, if we need to go to do survey, for example, to the area that has damage, we also doing the micronization survey to know the site effect, yeah, probably can cause the damage here in the area. Thank you, Prof. Sandy.
Thank you very much for detailed answers.
Well, okay. Again, thank you for you, Pak Daryono. For now, we will continue to next speaker, Dr. Nazli Ismail from Department of Physics, Faculty Mathematics and Natural Science, University of Siah Kuala, Aceh, from Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center. So he will talk about the preliminary result from optical emission spectroscopic study of 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami deposit. So please, Pak Nazli, your time is yours.
Baik, thank you very much for the times. I will share my presentation. Okay. If everybody hear me? Hello, everybody hear me?
Yes, excellent.
Okay, thank you very much. I will talk today about the preliminary result from optical emission spectroscopy study of the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami deposit. Before that, I would like to say very good news for everybody to attend my presentation. Actually, the topic that I present today is quite far away from my background in geophysics. This is presentation is belong to my PhD student, Raramita Pona, with some collaborators from Siah Kuala University. Like the Indian Ocean tsunami 2004 have affected adverse impact for human life, destroying the environments and contaminating chemical element in all stricken area. So the community's preparation and the preparedness are still low due to the lack of knowledge and awareness about the sign of the disaster. Therefore, the knowledge about the tsunami issues is very important for evaluating tsunami mitigation of coastal residents. So that's why in this presentation, we will present the chemical content in the tsunami deposit, mostly for the 2004 tsunami deposit. The previous literature about the chemical content in the tsunami deposit, that's mostly salt element like Ca and G, Na, K, Cl, and SO2, and heavy metal contents like Pb, Zn, Es, Cd, Cr, Ni, and Cu were detected in the tsunami-stricken soil in Thailand after 2004 tsunami. And also in Banda Aceh, after 1.5 years and also after 3 years tsunami, the tsunami deposit is still contaminated with, by salt element and also heavy metal element in high levels. It is also reported by our team that salt element Ca, Mg, Na, and K are still found as the higher content in tsunami-stricken soil after 10 years of 2004 tsunami. And the sedimentary deposit in soil sample taken from Lambada is the eastern part of Aceh Besar were contained by various chemical elements as well. Actually, in order to identify the chemical content in the tsunami deposit, there are numerous analytical instruments that used for the elemental analysis, like flame atomic absorption spectrometry, FAAS, inductively coupled plasma, ICP, and X-ray fluorescence, or XRF. But the methods we consider that time-consuming analysis. So that's why in this presentation, we introduced the laser-induced breakdown spectroscopy that also able to detect and identify many chemical elements in a simultaneous analysis. The analysis process using LIBS or LIBS is simple, inexpensive, saving time and energy, and no chemical reagents required in that process. So this is the very simple, arrangement of the LIBS instruments with the lasers and focus the laser to the objects and produce plasma, and with the fiber optic, then we can see the result in the monitors. So the aim of this presentation, LIB technique was applied for chemical elemental investigation of the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami deposit sample that taken from one area in Sekomulat. It is a place in Aceh province that was seriously damaged by the 2004 Indian tsunami. And here we are mainly focused on the terrestrial markers element like Fa and Ti, and salt element like Na, natrium. In order to find the sample, for the 2004 tsunami, we chose the location, suitable location. Our location is located in Sekomulat. It is about 30 kilometers from Banda Aceh to the west. And in the area, we have taken some samples around the area, and also this area is also already published some years ago about the 2004 tsunami as well as the paleo tsunami in the area. But today we only focus on the 2004 tsunami. So after finding the location, we take the sample from the soil layer by using hand auger. We penetrate to the subsurface, and we take a sample by inserting the sample into a PVC pipe, then cut in 4 centimeters and analyze for chemical element in it using LIBS technique. The method, the soil were put and dried in the oven for the 2004 hours at 50 centigrade to remove water content in the soil. And then the sample was crushed and mashed using the mortar and pestle. And the sample was sieved using 100 mesh sieve to obtain particle with homogeneous size. The soil powder from the sieve is compacted into a pellet from in pellet form by weighing 5 grams and put into a pellet marker mold. Then the analysis of chemical component using LIPS. This is the range of the instrument. The lasers are projected on the samples, target here, focusing on the sample, and then connected with the spectrometer and display on the monitors. We use here NDAG pulse lasers produced by Quantel Brilliant B as the excitation source, and the plasma emission will be detected by an optical multi-channel analyzer consisted of a spectrometer and an intensive charge coupled device camera. The plasma emission is delivered to the spectrometer cell by means of fiber optic cable. This OMA system is managed using a computer with software. The plasma emission wavelength was confirmed using the spectral emission line wavelength in the National Institute for Science and Technology, NIST database. So the result, what we found, the 2004 tsunami, this for the 2004 tsunami samples, actually this is depth from 0 to 4 centimeter from the top, the uppermost topsoil, and then 4 to 8 centimeters, and below that 8 and 12 centimeter, 12 and 16 centimeter, 16 and 20 centimeter, and 20 to 24 centimeters. Then these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 samples, we do the analyzing using LIPS. Then what we find, the uppermost, the tsunami deposit contain terrestrial marker GI and FA marine signatures and heavy metal element like Cu, Cr, and Co. We found this kind of elements in the depth of mostly like here's in the depth of 4 to 8 centimeter from the surface. The emission of intensity of Ng, Ca, Rl, Al, K, Si, and Ba was found to be higher in tsunami deposit compared to the non-tsunami sediment sample in the topsoil, the uppermost topsoil here. Then we also found that the Fe emission line appear clearly in tsunami deposit layer for 4 to 20 centimeters in this results, and also we while there is no emission line of Fa ferrum appear in the topsoil layer from 0 to 4 centimeter in the uppermost topsoil. The spectral emission line of Fa element appear as many as in 7 line here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And the higher intensity of Fa element was found at the wavelength of 239 nanometer with a value about 4,660.48 Armstrong. With the others wavelengths from 320 to 330 nanometer indicate that the presence of terrestrial marker of Ti element and heavy element metal of Ni in tsunami deposits, and Ti emission elements at wavelength of 321.65 nanometer to 325.81 nanometer are only visible in tsunami deposit sample, while in the uppermost topsoil layers, it is the sample that not affected by the 2004 tsunami. This line is not visible. And the NA emission line in the tsunami deposit sample from 4 to 8 centimeter appear with higher intensity than the topsoil, while at the depth 8 to 12, the intensity of the NA has decreased compared to the layer from 4 to 8 centimeter depths. This condition due to the NA undergoes leaching during the high rainfall, the larger side of sand in tsunami deposit. The coarser it is that it cannot hold the salt content. And if we put the intensity ratio for super element detected from the element sample in Sengkomulat, for example, that the intensity ratio of several chemical elements which are Ni with Ti, Pb with Ti, Pb with Fe, and Ba with Ti, Kti, and Kfa have been observed to increase in the 2004 tsunami sediment layer compared in the non-tsunami deposit sample, like we can see in the presentation. So the conclusion is LIPS technique has been used in the initial evaluation of chemical marker from sample of 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami deposit taken from Sengkomulat, one of the area severely affected by the giant tsunami even in 2004. And the chemical markers such as tertiary element Ti and Fa and soil element like Na can simultaneously and quickly be detected in tsunami deposit and in non-tsunami affected soil. And the results obtained indicate that the chemical marker of tsunami deposit can be evaluated using the LIP technique, mean that LIPS is a potential, efficient, and versatile spectroscopic technique for analyzing chemical element in tsunami deposit sample. In the next project, we will use this LIPS technique for the paleo tsunami deposit in the Aceh area. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Nazli, for the nice presentation. I think the title is quite humble. Pak Nazli mentioned its preliminary results, but again, I think the result is already has something in it. So again, thank you very much, Pak Nazli. So are there any questions about this presentation? Okay, maybe I want to ask one question. Are the samples taken from the west coast of Aceh or from the east coast?
All the samples are taken from the west coast of Aceh. That we have already do what they call paleo tsunami study with the AOC in the area. So actually, we in this project we try to introduce a LIP technique in the area that's already well known with the paleo tsunami deposit there.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we will go to the next presenter. But first, I want to apologize for my mistakes. It is pure my mistakes, 100%, because I missed one presenter from BNPB, Pak Agus Rianto. So again, I'm sorry for my fault. So the next presenter is Pak Agus Rianto from BNPB. Now the time is yours, please.
Okay, thank you, Pak Moderator. About my clear.
We can hear you.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all participants of the international seminar on mainstreaming scientific research evidence-based for natural disaster mitigation. Organized by BRIN, it's my distinct pleasure to be here as one of the presenters and share my insight on policy and strategy on disaster mitigation. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I am Agus Rianto, the Director of the Disaster Management System, BNPB. Furthermore, let me deliver my presentation in Bahasa Indonesia. Thank you. Next slide. Next slide. Next. Okay, next.
Pak, dari sini. Yang di share screen tuh bukan kita, Pak.
Yeah. Next.
There is no.
Okay, next.
Ada share screen nanti. Ini, Pak.
Okay, next. Next. I'm sorry. Pak Moderator, boleh saya share screen dari sini?
Yes, please.
Okay, yes. Thank you. Baik, next slide. Next slide. Oke, Bapak Ibu semuanya, kita next. Kita akan coba refresh sebentar terkait dengan posisi tentu Indonesia dalam hal disaster management. Kita tahu bahwa Indonesia termasuk dari salah satu 35 negara dengan tingkat potensi risiko bencana yang paling tinggi. Hal tersebut berdasarkan dari data World Bank di 2019. Next. Berdasarkan World Bank juga terkait dengan risk index tahun 2022, Indonesia berada di peringkat ketiga dari 192 negara dengan tingkat risiko paling tinggi. Next. Jadi dengan hal tersebut ini menunjukkan bahwa tentu dengan kondisi yang ada, memanage penanganan bencana di Indonesia sesuatu yang cukup kompleks. Dan tentu dengan berbagai tantangan, minimal ada 3 tantangan terkait dengan posisi Indonesia. Pertama dengan lokasi, Indonesia berada di ring of fire, sudah kita ketahui bersama. Kemudian secara populasi, Indonesia juga termasuk dari 4 besar populasi demografi di dunia, dan dari sisi luas, Indonesia termasuk juga negara yang sangat luas terkait dengan negara kepulauan yang ada di dunia, terdiri dari 17.000 pulau, dan ini termasuk dari 15 negara kepulauan. Lanjut. Di data dan fakta kami sampaikan sampai dengan pada akhir tahun 2022 tercatat setidaknya terlaporkan dari local government, dari pemerintah daerah 3.546 kejadian dengan rincian tercatat terlaporkan untuk gempa 28, kemudian erupsi gunung 1, dan didominasi oleh kejadian yang disebabkan oleh hidrometeorologi, yaitu banjir maupun cuaca ekstrim serta longsor. Lanjut. Kemudian sampai dengan saat ini per 19 September 2023 sudah tercatat sekitar 2.911 kejadian ataupun dan ini didominasi pula hydrometeorologi, walaupun untuk gempa bumi tercatat sekitar 23 kejadian dan vulkano eruption ada 2. Lanjut. Terkait dengan kerusakan akibat bencana selama kurun waktu 2013 sampai 2022 ini terhimpun kurang lebih kerusakan yang diakibatkan dampak bencana tersebut 175,8 triliun rupiah. Dan tentu ini bisa kita lihat di tahun 2018 cukup signifikan, kemudian 2013 dan 2021. Ini cukup menarik, memang di beberapa kurun waktu tersebut, lazimnya biasanya kalau kerusakan atau kerugian dampaknya cukup besar, berarti di dalamnya ada kejadian atau bencana gempa bumi. Jadi di 2018 di Nusa Tenggara, Lombok, Nusa Tenggara Barat dan Sulawesi Barat, serta di 2021 kemarin terjadi di Cianjur. Lanjut, ini salah satu dampak kejadian bencana. Kemudian lanjut juga ini hal yang ditimbulkan 9 rupa ini, dan ini juga visualisasi dari bencana gempa yang terjadi. Lanjut. Kita bersama bahwa next years ya, di tahun 2024 genap usia 20 tahun kita dalam sejarah mengalami bencana yang cukup besar, yaitu tsunami dan gempa Aceh ya, dan ini pada Desember 2024 tersebut menjadi wake up call ya untuk membangunkan seluruh entitas bangsa, baik pemerintah, para praktisi, perguruan tinggi, dan semua stakeholder, para pegiat bencana, bahwa kita harus mempunyai regulasi yang kuat dan kelembagaan yang kuat dalam rangka untuk menghadapi ataupun memitigasi ataupun mengurangi bencana yang akan terjadi pada periode-periode berikutnya. Untuk itu pada tahun 2024 tersebut menginisiasi kemudian para pegiat bencana dan pemerintah menginisiasi terbitnya Undang-Undang 24 tahun 2007 tentang penanggulangan bencana. Di Undang-Undang 24 ini merupakan perangkat hukum yang pertama dan mengubah paradigma penanggulangan bencana dari responsif menjadi preventif. Dan hingga saat ini usianya sudah hampir 16 tahun. Tentu ini banyak dinamika yang ada di lapangan. Tentu ini ke depan nanti bisa diberikan masukan untuk efektivitas evaluasi dari selama yang terjadi, evaluasi dari pelaksanaan ketentuan regulasi ini untuk bisa apakah direvisi, apakah diganti untuk tentunya yang lebih baik lagi. Lanjut. Jadi berbagai tantangan dalam penanggulangan bencana di Indonesia. Yang pertama adalah kenaikan tren kenaikan tren risiko bencana ya dipercepat oleh adanya perubahan iklim dan perubahan penggunaan lahan serta degradasi lingkungan. Jadi kemudian kelebihan penduduk yang tadi saya sampaikan, bonus demografi yang luar biasa, urbanisasi, kemiskinan, kelangkaan lahan, eksploitasi lingkungan, dan jumlah besar penduduk Indonesia tinggal di daerah rawan bencana. Kemudian ketidakcukupan data dan informasi risiko bencana menyulitkan pembuatan kebijakan dan pelaksanaan. Jadi ini memang satu yang nanti menjadi concern kita bersama terkait dengan bagaimana keakuratan maupun ketersediaan data informasi risiko bencana menjadi PR kita bersama untuk bisa kita gerasikan. Kemudian kurangnya kesadaran masyarakat tentang risiko bencana di daerah sekitar mereka, keterbatasan kapasitas untuk meresponnya, Kemudian tata kelola penanganan bencana, dan yang terakhir ketidakpedulian terhadap risiko bencana dalam perencanaan dan pelaksanaan pembangunan lahan, terutama ini di tingkat local government mungkin perlu optimalisasi, perlu ditingkatkan lagi awareness terhadap ketentuan-ketentuan dalam RPJMD, dalam perizinan-perizinan di daerah pemerintah daerah tersebut. Lanjut. Ya, terkait dengan visi kita sesuai dengan ke depan untuk jangka panjang ini di tahun 2045 1 abad kemerdekaan Indonesia itu harapannya Indonesia tangguh atau resilience terhadap penanganan bencana. Tentu dalam kurun waktu yang tidak terlalu lama nanti, kita harus mempersiapkan segala hal terkait dengan mitigasi, kemudian nanti kebijakan respons, kemudian kebijakan untuk pemulihan, dan lain-lainnya. Dan ini memerlukan keterpaduan partisipasi dari semua pihak, baik pemerintah, media, komunitas, akademisi, maupun pihak private sektor. Lanjut. Dan ini cukup menarik. Jadi setiap tahun, 4 tahun berturut-turut, Rakornas PB dihadiri oleh Bapak Presiden. Selalu yang tidak ketinggalan dalam arahan beliau, salah satunya adalah bagaimana Bapak Presiden mendorong penguatan pada fase prabencana. Ya. Kemudian tentu ini sejalan dengan paradigma baru dalam disaster management adalah bergeser dari yang bersifat responsif pada saat penanganan darurat menjadi preventif. Dengan upaya-upaya yang mengutamakan pengurangan risiko bencana melalui pencegahan, mitigasi, maupun kesiapsiagaan. Next. Strategi pengurangan risiko bencana di Indonesia sebagai aktualisasi pemenuhan target global. Jadi sesuai dengan platform global yang menjadi referensi, menjadi benchmarking ataupun baseline dari semua negara di dunia ini adalah di bidang penanganan bencana. Salah satunya adalah Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. Jadi Indonesia berkomitmen kuat untuk memenuhi target global tersebut hingga tahun 2003 yang sejalan dengan visi Indonesia Tangguh Bencana 2024. Kemudian aktualisasi melalui pengarustamaan program dan aksi pengurangan risiko bencana ke dalam kerangka kerja pembangunan baik tingkat nasional maupun lokal, yaitu RPJM, RPB, Renas PB, RPB, dan sebagainya. Lanjut. Jadi tujuan dari upaya-upaya pengurangan risiko bencana ini tentu ada 2 hal, yaitu bagaimana menurunkan kerentanan dan meningkatkan kapasitas. Pertama, terkait dengan penurunan kerentanan ini salah satunya adalah bagaimana mortality atau global untuk population ini bisa kita reduce dalam artian diatur ya, karena ini ada kalau di Indonesia ada Badan BKKBN, Badan Keluarga Bencana Nasional yang mungkin bisa membantu upaya-upaya tersebut. Kemudian juga bagaimana menurunkan efek ya dari pada saat bencana terjadi, pada saat penanganan darurat, pada saat respons, upaya-upaya penyelamatan juga bisa dilakukan, dan tentu dampak ekonomi yang nantinya terjadi pada saat terjadi bencana juga bisa ditekan tentu melalui upaya-upaya mitigasi yang efektif, pengurangan risiko bencana dengan kebijakan, apakah dengan building code, dengan pembangunan gedung, rumah tahan gempa, kemudian peningkatan kapasitas masyarakat di daerah bencana dan sebagainya. Lanjut. Next. Jadi Indonesia saat ini juga telah ditetapkan dalam peraturan presiden terkait dengan rencana induk penanggulangan bencana RPB dalam konteks pembangunan nasional. Barangkali ini hampir sama dengan rencana pembangunan jangka panjang nasional yang kalau RPJM PN-nya barangkali berlaku sampai dengan 20 tahun. Kalau yang untuk RPB ini berlaku selama 25 tahun. Dengan harapan nanti di 2045 Indonesia bisa mendeklar resilience country atau bangsa yang tangguh terhadap bencana dengan di breakdown dalam setiap 5 tahun melalui rencana nasional PB. Ada beberapa target yang akan di breakdown setiap 5 tahunan tersebut untuk menuju Indonesia tangguh bencana tersebut. Pertama adalah penguatan peraturan perundang-undangan baik nasional maupun lokal, nanti breakdown-nya yang efektif efisien menjadi PR. Jadi Undang-Undang 24 2007 sudah sekian lama diundangkan dan tentu banyak dinamika yang ada di lapangan. Ini tentu menjadi PR kita semua untuk mengevaluasi maupun memperbaiki secara konstruktif dalam rangka untuk penguatan perundang-undangan ini. Kedua, peningkatan sinergi antar kementerian lembaga dan berbagai pemangku kepentingan. Kemudian penguatan investasi pengelolaan risiko bencana sesuai dengan proyeksi peningkatan risiko bencana dengan memperhatikan tata ruang dan penataan kawasan. Ini semua lini dalam sektor bangunan tentu memperhatikan upaya-upaya pengurangan risiko bencana, terutama investasi di daerah-daerah daerah produktif tetapi berisiko tinggi tentu menjadi perhatian kita semuanya. Kemudian penguatan tata kelola penanganan bencana yang semakin profesional, transparan, akuntabel. Dan yang kelima, peningkatan kapasitas dan kapabilitas penanganan kedaruratan bencana yang cepat dan andal. Kemudian yang terakhir adalah percepatan pemulihan pasca bencana pada daerah masyarakat terdampak bencana untuk membangun kehidupan yang lebih baik. Jadi ini komplit, mulai dari fase pra, saat maupun pasca, nantinya akan di breakdown ke dalam level 5 tahunan melalui rencana nasional PB. Baik. Next, RPB 2024 yang tadi sudah kami sampaikan. Jadi hal ini juga menjadi masukan pada saat ini adalah momentum di mana terjadi sukses kepemimpinan baik tingkat nasional maupun daerah, pergantian presiden, gubernur, kepala daerah serentak di 2024 dan berbarengan dengan masa habisnya RPJMN, RPJMD, RPJPN maupun RPJBD. Ini menjadi momentum memasukkan unsur-unsur penanganan bencana ini dalam konteks kebijakan pembangunan baik nasional maupun daerah. Next. Jadi fokus capaian RPB periode 1 di 5 tahun awal di 2020 sampai 2024 adalah yang pertama terwujudnya peraturan perundang-undangan harmonis di bidang penanggulangan bencana. Kemudian terintegrasinya riset, inovasi, dan teknologi kebencanaan. Ini sejalan dengan upaya yang dilakukan BRIN, terus memacu untuk berinovasi terkait dengan teknologi kebencanaan. Kemudian tersedianya sistem peringatan dini terpadu multi ancaman bencana. Kami juga sudah selalu koordinasi ataupun kolaborasi dengan BMKG terkait dengan MIWS, multi hazard early warning system. Kemudian meningkatnya pengembangan dan inovasi skema alternatif pembiayaan penanganan bencana. Saat ini juga kolaborasi dengan Kementerian Keuangan melalui pooling fund bencana. Kemudian terwujudnya tata kelola risiko bencana yang berkelanjutan, kemudian terintegrasinya data informasi dan literasi bencana serta meningkatnya pemahaman tentang risiko. Kemudian meningkatnya kapasitas penanganan darurat bencana yang terpadu dan kemudian meningkatnya kapasitas kabupaten kota terhadap penanganan bencana. Jadi ini dimulai dari desa melalui destana, kemudian kencana, kecamatan tangguh bencana sampai dengan level nanti kabupaten kota dengan ukuran indeks ketahanan daerah, kemudian terwujudnya pengelolaan ekosistem laut pesisir yang berbasis mitigasi bencana, coastal resilience, kemudian meningkatnya ketersediaan sarana prasarana pelatihan standarisasi kompetensi, kemudian terlaksananya kerjasama seluruh pemangku kepentingan pada saat Raprecon dan meningkatnya kualitas infrastruktur vital berbasis mitigasi bencana. Next. Jadi untuk Rencana Nasional Bencana atau RENAS PB ini ditetapkan ataupun berlaku selama 5 tahun sebagai acuan bersanding dengan RPJMN maupun RPJMD di daerah. Untuk referensi untuk membuat perencanaan program kegiatan dalam manajemen bencana baik nasional maupun lokal. Dan tentu nanti di 2004 selesai, next tentunya ini akan menyesuaikan dengan berbagai situasi yang ada, terutama terkait dengan climate change atau perubahan iklim. Lanjut, next. Dan ini strategi dan kebijakan pada RENAS PB 2024. Ini ada 5 fokus, yaitu penguatan investasi, pengelolaan risiko bencana, peningkatan sinergi kementerian lembaga, kemudian percepatan pemulihan, kemudian peningkatan kapasitas aparatur, baik aparatur maupun masyarakat, kemudian penguatan harmonisasi sistem regulasi dan kelembagaan. Next slide. Kemudian fokus priority dalam perencanaan penanggulangan bencana tingkat nasional, ini ada 10. Tadi yang sampaikan pemapar sebelumnya mungkin terkait dengan peningkatan data informasi literasi bencanaan, penguatan harmonisasi perundang-undangan, penguatan tata kelola penanggulangan bencana, kemudian peningkatan sarana prasarana, penguatan sistem kesiapsiagaan, penguatan sistem operasional tanggap darurat, penyelenggaraan rehab rekon terhadap bencana, pemberdayaan masyarakat, community based, kemudian penerapan riset inovasi dan teknologi kebencanaan melalui integrasi kolaboratif multi pihak, dan peningkatan perlindungan terhadap kerentanan lingkungan di daerah rawan bencana. Next slide. Ini manajemen pencegahan ya, secara garis besar demikian itu. Jadi dalam manajemen dalam risk management itu ada 3 faktor utama, yaitu hazard, vulnerability, dan capacity. Jadi tentu bagaimana nanti dalam program kegiatan dari seluruh sektor ini untuk berfokus pada bagaimana peningkatan kapasitas maupun penurunan kerentanan. Lanjut, next. Nah, ini Bapak Ibu semuanya, ini sebagai sebuah gambaran di kami BNPB juga telah mengembangkan portal literasi sejarah kebencanaan, di mana ini sebagai sebuah baseline baik untuk research, untuk pengembangan teknologi, juga untuk menambah wawasan ataupun menambah kapasitas semua unsur melalui literasi secara kebencanaan ini. Jadi bencana ini sifatnya berulang, tentu dengan ada literasi, portal literasi ini bisa membantu mendokumentasikan beberapa kejadian-kejadian yang pengulangan tersebut. Jadi mau nanti bantuan semua pihak, baik pusat, daerah, perguruan tinggi, insan-insan research, dan seluruh stakeholder untuk bisa kontribusi, memberikan artikel, memberikan karya ilmiahnya, dan ataupun temuan sejarah bisa kita input di dalam satu portal yang ininya untuk semua pihak sebagai referensi ataupun baseline dalam rangka peningkatan kapasitas. Next slide. Jadi ini sampaikan dari terkait dengan portal literasi sejarah kebencanaan yang sudah kami bangun. Ini mohon partisipasi dukungannya, termasuk juga temuan-temuan ataupun hasil-hasil inovasi yang ada di BRIN maupun perguruan tinggi. Nanti kita mungkin bisa kerjasamakan dalam bentuk sesuai dengan ketentuan tentunya. Dan ini di alamat portalnya adalah di sejarah.db.bnpb.go.id. Silakan nanti bisa diakses langsung. Next slide. Di BNPB juga terus mengembangkan dengan berbagai komunikasi koordinasi dengan semua pihak untuk inaris yang tentu informasi-informasi di dalamnya merupakan informasi tentang risiko, baik posisi yang bersangkutan saat itu mereka berada di posisi yang di mana, dan resiko bencana yang ada di sekitar itu apa akan terupdate. Tentu ini berbasis personal inaris, bisa diunduh melalui Google Play maupun App Store. Dan juga terkait dengan yang lainnya adalah berbasis web inaris. Ini juga bisa nanti untuk sebagai baseline maupun benchmarking pengembangan berikutnya. Ini akan menampilkan informasi tentang jumlah orang yang berpotensi terdampak, kerugian fisik, ekonomi, dan lingkungan, dan juga bisa memberikan informasi tentang risiko di 13 jenis ataupun ancaman bencana yang ada di Indonesia ini. Kemudian kode-kode ini tentu sudah kita mau bersama, baik kode tinggi, merah, kode sedang kuning, dan kode rendah adalah hijau. Jadi nanti silakan Bapak Ibu bisa memanfaatkan informasi risiko bencana ini dalam analis. Tentu hal ini masih belum sempurna, masih butuh pengembangan, dan tentu kita akan kolaborasi bersama semua pihak dalam rangka bagaimana kita menampilkan informasi yang akurat dan up to date. Next slide. Ini nice personal. Next slide. Baik. Di Indonesia saat ini juga kita memfamiliarkan terkait dengan kesiapsiagaan ini kepada seluruh lini, baik pemerintah, masyarakat, dunia usaha, perbankan, dan sebagainya. Setiap tanggal 26 April ini agar pengulangannya itu setiap tahun ada memori yang bisa melekat pada kita semuanya. Pentingnya kesiapsiagaan ini, maka setiap tanggal 26 April kita peringati melalui Hari Kesiapsiagaan Bencana. Di dalamnya biasanya akan ada berbagai kegiatan, baik sosialisasi, baik itu gladi, baik itu literasi maupun kuliah umum dan sebagainya. Ini untuk menggugah periodisasi setiap tahun, barangkali sebenarnya masih kurang pengulangan untuk mengingatkan bahwa kita adalah berada di daerah bencana, namun paling tidak setiap tahun sekarang secara reguler sudah kita terapkan. Mungkin ini sudah 5 tahunan kita terapkan semacam ini. Tanggal 26 April ini dipilih sebagai Hari Kesiapsiagaan, ya, karena berkaitan dengan ditetapkannya Undang-Undang 24 2007 tentang penanganan bencana. Kemudian ini salah satu visualisasi capacity building atau peningkatan kapasitas melalui program sekolah aman bencana, kemudian melalui evakuasi drill, ya, adalah pada Hari Kesiapsiagaan Bencana, dan ini dibutuhkan agar masyarakat betul-betul mengingat apa yang harus dilakukan, apa yang harus diperbuat pada saat situasi terjadi bencana. Next slide. Lanjutnya di dalam tingkat global sudah dideklar oleh Bapak Presiden, ya, dalam konsep Bali Agenda Resilience pada saat GPDR ke-7 di Bali. Jadi dalam agenda tersebut beberapa hal, salah satunya adalah yang pertama memperkuat membudayakan atau memperkuat budaya kelembagaan siaga bencana yang antisipatif, responsif, dan adaptif menghadapi bencana. Di kelembagaan ini penting, kemudian memvaliditasasikannya juga penting, sehingga akan mencapai yang namanya antisipatif, responsif, dan adaptif menghadapi bencana. Kedua, setiap negara harus berinvestasi dalam sains, teknologi, dan inovasi, termasuk dalam menjamin akses pendanaan dan transfer teknologi. Ya, ini barangkali sejalan dengan agenda kita saat ini juga, terkait dengan bagaimana selalu mungkin BRIN akan menggawangi terkait dengan inovasi-inovasi, baik terkait dengan sains maupun teknologi, serta barangkali peralatan-peralatan bencana ini, sehingga tentu ini sesuai dengan tuntutan perkembangan zaman. Ketiga adalah membangun infrastruktur yang tangguh bencana dan tangguh terhadap perubahan iklim. Juga penting building code ini karena sebagian besar dampak bencana ini terkait dengan bangunan adalah terkait dengan infrastruktur ataupun bagaimana kesesuaian dari bangunan tersebut, belum tahan gempa, belum ramah bencana, dan sebagainya. Yang keempat adalah bagaimana komitmen bersama untuk mengimplementasikan kesepakatan global di tingkat nasional sampai tingkat lokal. Jadi ini sekarang resiliensi berkelanjutan ini menjadi isu di setiap momen, baik di G20, kemudian di beberapa KTT ASEAN, kemudian berbagai kegiatan-kegiatan global, dan tentu di tingkat nasional menjadi PR kita semuanya bagaimana resiliensi berkelanjutan ini bisa membumi, baik di tingkat nasional maupun di daerah. Nanti bisa kita terjemahkan parameter dan indikatornya. Next slide. Baik, yang terakhir, jadi sebagai penutup, jadi kita tentu sepakat bahwa bencana adalah peristiwa yang berulang. Jadi periodisasi secara periodik, tentu kebijakan dan strategi dalam pengurangan risiko bencana adalah hal yang penting. Jadi pengurangan risiko bencana ini menjadi investasi terkait dengan pengelolaan bencana, di mana nanti akan mengurangi dampak baik itu korban maupun kerusakan dan kerugian. Jadi pengurangan risiko ini kami tekankan sekali lagi, ini hal yang penting menjadi urusan kita bersama. Kedua, diperlukan kolaborasi multi pihak, ya, pentahelik, karena bencana adalah everybody business dan merupakan tanggung jawab semua pihak. Ini juga kita pasti sepakat semua. Jadi tidak milik satu kelompok, satu pihak, satu entitas, tapi kita semuanya harus berkolaborasi dalam rangka untuk pengurangan risiko bencana ini. Berikutnya, pengurangan risiko bencana harus inklusif, tidak selo-selo, dan harus bisa membangun jembatan bagi semua pihak untuk mengambil peran. Jadi ini mungkin nanti BNPB akan memerankan diri sebagai katalah dirijen dalam sebuah orkestrasi, ya. Semua pihak tentu akan melaksanakan sesuai dengan tugas pokok fungsinya. Inilah sebenarnya BNPB tentu akan memainkan peran sebagai dirijen bagaimana orkestrasi ini bisa harmoni, bisa kolaborasi dengan baik. Ini tantangan bagi kami. Kemudian mitigasi bencana harus terpadu, di mana semua pihak memiliki tujuan bersama untuk mewujudkan Indonesia tangguh bencana 2045 dan resiliensi berkelanjutan di Indonesia. Jadi ini target kita di 100 tahun peringatan kemerdekaan Indonesia itu bisa nanti ada terdeklar bahwa Indonesia tangguh bencana, begitu. Jadi ini masih ada waktu, mohon nanti semua pihak bisa kita wujudkan bersama, baik dari pusat maupun daerah, dan juga mungkin dari tentu perguruan tinggi, BRIN, dan pemerintah daerah yang hadir pada saat ini. Demikian, terima kasih. Kami kembalikan ke moderator. Selamat siang.
Thank you very much, Pak Agus Rianto, for the presentations. And yeah, I think the BNPB is the frontline organization when disaster happen. They help people. They do anything to save people during the hazard, during the disaster. So we should give applause to them to manage that kind of hard situation after this disaster. But and then if we can conclude that the BNPB still has challenges in disaster management. Yeah, we know it's difficult to maintain that. And then fortunately, they already have disaster management master plan until 2044, and the website, the Inaris, I think it is quite useful to use. But then if there's any question, please just ask and write in the chat, please. Well, okay. If there's no question, then I want to ask one question regarding investing in science, technology, and innovation. So, what kind of concrete thing that BNPB already done for the investing of the science? Maybe for the technology, we already knew that BNPB develop a website, but how do BNPB investing in science?
Yeah, okay. Thank you about your question. I think the concrete action with BNPB to increase capacity throughout technology. We know build and improve the one system. You know about multi-hazard early warning system. So in this program, we built we call the disaster knowledge management system. In this system, to create the multidisciplinary science, we built the house, the umbrella, and the platform, and another sector, maybe bring, for example, maybe the Minister of Science and of the Public Minister and the others things, maybe the university or the community. So together with the input article on the some knowledge to this system. One example for we built the system disaster knowledge management system in program multi-hazard early warning system.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Agus Rianto, for the presentation and the answer. So now we will go to the last presenter of this morning session. So please welcome Mr. Wei Sengji, Associate Professor from the ASEAN School of the Environment, ASEAN School of the Environment, NTU Singapore. Which will discuss about the refined earthquake source parameters and their tectonic implication in Sumatran subduction zone. So please welcome.
Thank you. I assume that you can hear me well. Thank you very much, Chairman. Again, thank you very much for inviting me to this important event. It is my great honor and pleasure to share with you our studies in Indonesia. In this case, mostly on the Sumatran subduction zone studies. So this study is a collaboration between me and my former postdoc, Dr. Wang Xin, as well as Mr. Gatu and other BMKG, SDMKG, as well as ITP collaborators. I am an earthquake seismologist, so I have been interested in earthquake source studies since I was a PhD student. So in general, when there is an earthquake, I'm interested to know these fundamental earthquake source parameters, including like the location of the earthquake, the time, the magnitude, and sometimes the focal mechanism. When the earthquakes are very big, I'm also interested in the finite fault model of an earthquake. So this is a global station global broadband seismic station distribution and earthquake distribution. So what we are focusing here today is in Sumatran subduction zone, where there are many earthquakes, many big earthquakes occur in the last 20 years or so. You can see that Sumatran subduction zone is at that time, so this is a global seismic station distribution acquired in 2007. So at that time, Indonesian does not have many broadband seismic network as Indonesian has nowadays. So the study of these earthquakes, either the global earthquake catalog or regional catalog, their uncertainty is relatively large. So we want to know the level of uncertainty of these earthquake source parameters in Indonesia and Sumatra in this case. And more importantly, how can we improve the uncertainty of earthquake source parameters so that we can make better interpretation as well as for better hazard mitigation planning. So let's zoom into Sumatran subduction zone. The left shows the earthquake distribution as circles color-coded by their depth. The right figure shows the as well as the large earthquake slip distribution for the 2004 Great Sumatran earthquake, magnitude 9.2. 3 months later, followed by Nias earthquake, and then in 2007 in Bengkulu region of Sumatra, there is a magnitude 8.4 or 8.5 earthquake. In a few years, followed by a magnitude 7.8 tsunami-genic earthquake. And this part of the Sumatran subduction zone does not have big earthquake in the last more than 150 years, so it's termed as a Mentawai seismic gap. So as I elaborate a bit earlier, that the current study, what I'm presenting here is a higher resolution earthquake focal mechanism catalog, including the earthquake location and the depth. This study is mostly conducted from broadband waveform inversion and modeling. The study earthquake sequence or cases are these 2007 Bengkulu earthquake sequence, 2005, 2009, the so-called back thrust of earthquake sequence in Mentawai. We're going to show you a bit more later, as well as these 2010 magnitude 7.8 tsunami earthquake. And I'm going to show you how we use teleseismic, because as I said earlier, all these earthquakes occur more than 13 years ago. So at that time, the national broadband network of Indonesia is not well built as it is nowadays. So it's relatively sparse. It's one of the reasons that this earthquake parameters has relatively large uncertainty. So we're going to use this teleseismic, which means that the seismic stations are distributed at a large distance to study or to refine the source parameters of these 3 or 4 earthquake sequences. After that, I will make some tectonic interpretations for these refined earthquake source parameters. So let's start from 2005, 2009, so-called the back thrust earthquakes in Mentawai. So again, this is the Mentawai seismic gap, as you can see to the left figure. And in 2005 and 2009, there are quite a few earthquakes taking place at the depth range of 20 to 40 kilometers. It turns out that these earthquakes has larger dip angle, like you can see those great beach balls, these are plate interface earthquakes, which has a pretty shallow dip angle, a dip angle between 10 to 20 degrees. But these blue and red beach balls are the so-called back thrust earthquakes. They are located within the upper overriding plate rather than on the plate interface. So this is from Global CMT catalog for the focal mechanisms and the locations. But if we look into the depth profile or vertical profile, so this is a function of the distance to the trench as a function of the distance as well, the depth as well. So again, blue and red beach balls are the back thrust, so-called back thrust earthquakes. And the green and gray beach balls are the plate interface earthquake, which can be discriminated from their dip angle. And the lower figure shows a so-called double difference relocated seismicity. You can see that in both catalogs, it's not very clear what are the fault structure, either for the main plate interface where we can vaguely see that, but the scatter is so big that you cannot see a clear lineation of the seismicity. The term that the back thrust earthquake is used is because at the shallow depth, seismic profiles identify those back thrust faults at shallow depth, so that in Wiseman's paper, they interpret these 2005 and 9 earthquake as those occur on this back thrust fault that extend at greater depth. Well, we're going to show you that our finding is kind of different from that. More examples about these kind of large uncertainties in earthquake catalog. So again, this is for the plate interface event. We have more events here. So these are showing the depth profiles along different distance along the trench. And this is USGS catalog, and this is Global CMT catalog. And these are their map wheels along with slip distribution. You can clearly see that there's a large uncertainty for this global earthquake catalog. And you can see their horizontal location is not, well, it's overlapping with the co-seismic rupture of the Bengkulu earthquake, as well as is 7.9 aftershock. Similarly, the 2010 tsunami earthquake has generated some outer-rise normal faulting earthquakes. These earthquakes are located to the other side of the trench in the outer-rise region. That's why they were termed as outer-rise earthquakes. Again, similarly, if you look into these profiles, there are big uncertainty and large scatters. So the question is, how can we better determine the source parameters, the fundamental source parameters, say for magnitude larger than 4.5 or 5.0 earthquakes? Well, the strategy, the methods we use includes long period teleseismic CAP means cut and paste is a focal mechanism inversion method. For a relatively large earthquake, like 5.5 and above, we can use long period teleseismic waveforms to determine their focal mechanism. For earthquakes with magnitude relatively small, we can use higher frequency and the so-called amplitude amplification factor corrected cut and paste inversion method to determine their depth better. And finally, their horizontal location is determined by surface wave double difference relocation methods. I'm going to show you some cases quickly. I will focus mostly on the results rather than the technical details. Well, here is one of the summary figures that to illustrate that how we use these are the teleseismic three-component waveform data. So we can use different portion of the data. For example, we can use the P wave and the S wave, like an example shown here, using the long period to determine the focal mechanism through a bootstrapping way. That's so that we can model this data, which is in black, with the synthetics in orange and blue here. Not only that, we can also determine their uncertainties through a bootstrapping method. So you can see that the dip angle, strike, and rake angle in general can be determined with uncertainty less than a few degrees. If we do high-frequency waveform modeling for the depth phase, we can even precisely determine the earthquake's depth, like through this depth phase modeling. And this is a surface wave relocation method. I have another slide, which is this part of the waveform to show that how we can determine their horizontal location better. And here is the example. For example, if there are two earthquakes, one has this circle, another as star, two earthquakes, they're close enough to each other and their waveforms are very similar. So we can do cross correlation between waveform of the two events. And then if their location are good enough, then we're going to get this kind of flat curve. Otherwise, we will get this kind of big difference, assuming the earthquake location from the catalog. So by flattening this kind of double difference, we can improve the earthquake location from the red dot to the black dot, so that the uncertainty, you can see how different between the red dot to the black dot. And this is the teleseismic depth phase modeling. I already mentioned that. I'm going to skip this. Okay, so here is the result. So this is the result for the Mentawai so-called back thrust events. With our focal mechanism inversion as well as location inversion determination, now we can separate the plate interface events, which are those events has shallow deep angle fault plan or focal mechanisms, and these are the 2009 clusters that has larger deep angle. You can see that they are well separated compared with the background seismicity. And this deep angle is consistent with the focal mechanism, the deep angle determined from lineation of the seismicity. And this is for 2005 earthquake, which has larger scatter because there was earlier, like 4 years earlier than 2009. So the number of teleseismic stations is not as many as 2009. So we have larger scatter, but still you can see a backstop, right? So the dipping direction of the fault plan is similar to that of the megathrust, but with larger dip angles. So this is termed as the backstop fault. And this is the plate interface event in the map wheel. So the top is our result. As you can see, after refinement, these earthquakes are located on the edge of the coseismic slip. Rather than that in USGS and global CMT solution, they are more scattered, not as well as complementary features can be seen for the megathrust earthquakes. And this is the depth profile. Okay, so to the left is our result, and to the right is the USGS result. So the profile numbers from 1 to 5, from the P1 profile to P5 profile is shown here. So the red dots are corresponding to the beach balls in our left profile. So you can see that our results agree much better with the SLAP 1.0 or 2.0. Then you can see very small scatter compared with this USGS catalog. For the outer-rise earthquakes, so this is before relocation and this is after relocation, which is more compact and actually agree with the bathymetry feature better, as I'm going to show you later. And again, this is their depth profile. Now we can see that these outer-rise earthquakes is nicely distributed, very close to the trench in the outer-rise region. Okay, interpretations. Now we have this 2009 and 2005 earthquake sequence better determined with their focal mechanism and the location, so that we can identify that it's actually this backstop fault rather than the back thrust, because the back thrust fault is dipping in this direction and the backstop faults are dipping in that direction. Right? Again, this is the seismic profile. So our interpretation is that at shallow depth, indeed, the back thrust faults exist, but these earthquakes are taking place at the depth between 20 to 40 kilometers, which is deeper than the shallow back thrust faults. So this is actually the fault that the earthquakes take place. You cannot see those fault structure in the seismic profile, the reason being that this is a high angle dipping fault, and even the plate interface is not that well imaged. So the energy reflected from this fault is very small. So it's very difficult to see this back stop fault from the seismic profiles. So with that, we propose two possible models, right? One model is that the accretionary wedge is the boundary of, between the accretionary wedge and the forearc crust is the location of this backstop fault. Or this backstop fault can be located within the forearc crust. We cannot discriminate these two models, but no matter what, these backstop faults must be existing at the depth of 20 to 40 kilometers. For the 2007 earthquake sequence, as you can see that this is a much better agreement between the boundary of the coseismic rupture and the medium-sized seismicity. So here I also show the after-slip model, which you can see that is concentrating in this area. But more interestingly is that here I show the residual gravity and residual bathymetry. So what does means residual bathymetry and gravity? It means that you remove the regional average, and what is left is termed as residual gravity and bathymetry. So you can see that the medium-sized seismicity, as well as the rupture area of the 2007 Bengkulu earthquake, actually agree pretty well with the positive residual gravity, which means that the locking or the coupling in this on the plate interface could be indicated by to some extent by the residual gravity as well as residual bathymetry. And you can see that this 7.0 and 7.2 earthquake near the Pagai Island is also located within this narrower the narrow area of the residual gravity and bathymetry region. So what we can say is that the 2007 Bengkulu earthquake and all these other earthquakes are likely characteristic earthquake, which means that they occur quite regularly in this part of the plate interface. But the 2010 as well as 7.9 earthquake of the Bengkulu earthquake are not characteristic earthquakes. Finally, this is the overlapping between the normal faulting or authorized earthquake with the bathymetry from high resolution sonic analysis. So we can see that is right at this area that you have strong interruption of the bathymetry and different bathymetry pattern. So a possible explanation is that most of the coseismic slip rupture in this area, because only when the slip rupture to the change at that particular area, the induced Coulomb stress change, which is positive in red, can be seen on this normal faulting earthquake location. Okay, so well, this is still an ongoing. We're going to further refine or validate this tsunami-genic nature of this 2010 rupture. Okay, as the last slide. So in short, I hope that through these earthquake source parameter refinement study that I'm showing you here, that we can conclude that these better source parameters are important for fault structure and stress analysis, as well as for tectonic interpretations. And if we know all this well, then we can better prepare for earthquake, sometimes even tsunami hazard in the region. Again, these are more than 10 years, these earthquakes occurred more than 10 years ago, I believe, with the national IA seismic network. Reason and the future earthquake source parameters can be much better determined. Okay, with that, I would like to take any question if you have, or you can always contact me through email. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seng Jiwei. It's very interesting presentation, I mean. And the figures is in good quality. The interpretation is also good, and the new finding of the backstop fault is quite interesting too.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah.
So, are there any questions about these presentations? Maybe in the chat, maybe. No? If no, then I have one question.
Yes, please.
So if I mean, are the backstop fault that you find out, does the even ruptures the seafloor morphology or no?
In this case, we think that these 2005 and 2009 earthquake sequence did not rupture to the surface. That is one reason that previous study from Wiseman from Berkeley, they wrongly identified that the 2005 and 2009 earthquakes are taking place on these back thrust faults, but actually they are deeper. This is in two-way travel time, but in converted to depth, this is between like 20 to 40 kilometers in depth. So they are quite deep, not yet reached to the surface.
Okay. Because so far we know that active fault mostly ruptures the morphology, but here is the new concept that is quite interesting. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So are there any questions? Okay, again, thank you very much, and see you soon for the next discussion.
Sure, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, now it's time for lunch, but I think we should go back here at the 13 because we have quite tight schedule in the afternoon. So now time for the lunch. Thank you for the attention. Please enjoy your lunch. We will go back at 13 to do the next presentation. Hello again, everyone.
Halo,
Halo Pak Ilik,
halo.
apa kabar Pak?
Baik, Pak. Saya coba share screen ya.
Iya,
Apa sudah terlihat?
iya Pak sudah.
Terima kasih.
Okay, for now, we'll go to the first presenter of the afternoon session. It is by Professor Sri Widiantoro from the ITB Bandung. The discussion will talk about earthquake hazard mitigation in Sulawesi and Kalimantan. This research is in collaboration with the Cambridge University and the BMKG. So please, Pak Ilik, time is yours.
Thank you, Pak. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? I hope you can.
Yes.
Thank you. As mentioned by the moderator, I will be talking about our collaboration with Cambridge University and BMKG on earthquake hazard mitigation in Sulawesi and Kalimantan. I'm Sri Widiantoro from the Institute of Technology Bandung. First of all, I would like to acknowledge some fundings, our collaboration with Cambridge University, in this case with Professor Nick Rawlinson. His picture is here when he's visiting ITB to meet our rector. This is our Ibu Rector. So our collaboration started when we got the Newton Fund institutional links in 2018, and then followed by Global Challenges Research Fund in 2019, and then Newton Fund Impact Scheme in 2020. And of course, I also received funding from the Ministry of Research and Technology and Ministry of Education and Culture of Indonesia at that time. And ITB, the Institute of Technology Bandung, has been also very supportive, as well as BMKG, the Agency for Meteorology, Cliamtology, and Geophydics of Indonesia. So, as I mentioned before, our collaboration is mainly on earthquake hazard mitigation in Sulawesi and Kalimantan. But other than that, we also conducting research together on seismic hazard in Java, especially about megathrust earthquakes south of Java and fault blocking south of Jakarta, and also seismic tomographic imaging of the Indonesian crust and mantle. And thankfully, we have published several publications together. So this is our map showing complete deployment in Borneo and Sulawesi, and as well as in the Makassar Strait between Borneo and Sulawesi. We deployed several OBS indicated by these blue dots. And in Kalimantan, we deploy 10 seismometers depicted by these red triangles, also in Sulawesi, while the blue triangles depict BMKG stations. And especially in the region of the new capital of Indonesia, IKN, we deployed 22 stations for 2 years. We have finished the deployment and we are in the process of processing the data. So the fieldwork was led by Dr. Pepen Supendi. This is Pepen Supendi from BMKG, who is now carried out out a study as a postdoc fellow at the University of Cambridge for 3 years, together with Professor Nick Rawlinson and also with Dr. Kim Greenfield. So in Kalimantan, as we know, the area is quite challenging. So in some places, to put the seismometer, they needed to fly a small plane like this to reach the site. And the OPS deployment is even more challenging. So on the Independence Day of Indonesia, 2019, our colleagues were on the ship. We used the Geomarine 3 vessel, exploration vessel, and we dropped 27 OBS, ocean bottom seismometers. And unfortunately, when we should retrieve the OBS, the COVID case was very high, so we could not go to the field on time. And almost 1 year after the deployment, finally using this quite small vessel, the team went to the Makassar Strait, and due to the battery low, after almost 1 year, only 50% of the OBSs can be retrieved. So that's a very hard time and very hard job to do such research. And fortunately, one of the OBS was found by fishermen in Gorontalo, and they were so kind to contact us and give the OPS to BMKG in Gorontalo. So that was very good. And during our 2 years deployment, we recorded many events, of course. And what is interesting is that we also recorded some events in the area of the new capital, IKN, especially south of IKN. Perhaps these events are related to the Meratus fault there. And as I mentioned before, we also collaborated on doing research on seismic hazard in Java. We have published 2 publications together with the Cambridge team and of course also with the BMKG team. And recently our colleagues at Cambridge, they revised our regional model, including P velocity, S velocity, as well as VPVS using travel time tomography. And what is more sophisticated is that one of our former students at Cambridge conducted full waveform inversions for the first time for the whole region of Indonesia. And we could image quite nicely using full waveform inversions, subducted slab, for instance, beneath Indonesia. And our postdoc in Cambridge, Pepen Supendi, also updated our regional model, especially using additional stations in Timor, around Timor. And for the first time, he could image very interesting feature, which is, we call it a 4-arc sliver beneath the eastern part of Indonesia. And this blue slab is the oceanic lithosphere, but we think for the first time we can image the continental subducted part here. We call it the 4-arc sliver. these are the locations of these 4 cross sections. And we also conducted ambient noise tomography. This is an example of ambient noise tomography of Mount Merapi in Java. Mount Merapi is located next to Merbabu Merapi. Mount Merapi is very active, and we can see this plumbing low velocity zone. On the other hand, where we know that Merbabu is a dormant volcano, we do not see such a red or low velocity body, but what we see here is the high velocity body. And as I mentioned before, we have published quite many joint papers. So far, there are 25 papers already jointly published since our collaborations 2019, and we hope many more papers, joint papers, will come soon. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Ilik, for the interesting presentations. And I think from this presentation, we have so many things to learn. First, the good fishermen. Then we know the update situation of the Indonesian tectonic regionally and also locally, like in fault locking in Jakarta, and the new strike slip fault in the Flores back arc region. So are there any questions? Okay, maybe one question for me from me, Pak Ilik.
Yes,
so,
please.
In the slide in your slides that shows the can you please show the slide, the next last 2 slides.
This one.
Yes, the thermographic model for Indonesia from the Xenonos. The third pictures of the Xenonos.
Yes.
It shows the red for the subduction, and in the north of the Nusa Tenggara, and it is also red. Does it mean it has also subduction or no?
All right, thank you. I didn't mention clearly. So the first figure is P-wave model, and then the middle one is the S-wave model, while the third one is the VP over VS ratio model. So to see the subduction plate is actually, it's easier to see it from the VP and VS ratio. And if I'm not, VP and VS models, and you ask about subduction in the eastern part of Indonesia, if I'm not mistaken. I think Pak Dhani Hilman always mentioned that this is not subduction like in the western part along the Sunda Arc, but here is more collision, not subduction. Yeah. Is that what you asked?
And in north, in the north of the Nusa Tenggara Island.
Yes.
Yeah, that's also.
Yes, Nusa Tenggara is, I think, is the eastern part of the Sunda Arc. So we still have subduction here, but to the east along the Banda Arc, we think this is currently not subduction but collision. between Banda Arc and Australian continent, Arc continental collision.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Ilik.
Okay,
So-
you're welcome. Thank you.
See you in the next occasion.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Then we continue to the next presenter. Wait, I forgot to take the paper. So I would like to welcome Ibu Elia Meilanda from Unsia. Her talk will be the Joint Recovery Reconstruction Mission to Banda Aceh. So please, Ibu Ella Meilanda, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Hello, can anybody hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I think I'm a bit advanced in schedule. I thought it was 1:30, so I was not really prepared. Let me share my screen first. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ella Meilanda from Disaster Risk Reduction Management Research Cluster in Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center, Universitas Syah Kuala. Today, it's been a pleasure for me to be invited to be one of the speakers in this session, especially in the afternoon, because most of the speakers are coming from my previous and current collaborators, and hopefully we can present some results from our collaborative activities in research in Banda Aceh, in Aceh particularly, and also in Palu. So my part is not really directly related to any maybe some geophysics studies that maybe most of the speakers in the morning has been presenting. I'm more talking about the short-term and long-term effects of the tsunami and co-seismic land subsidence on coastal morphology, and how the coastal processes interact with the structures, civil engineering structures, particularly to protect the coast, for example, near Banda Aceh, Indonesia, after the 2004 tsunami. So as we know, this is the central point, the starting point where we are going to discuss about how much the development of the coastal area has changed since the big disaster in 26 December 2004. And just an overview, I would like to highlight the changes of the morphology in our coastal areas. This is typical of those where you can see the breaching of the coast, the beach, which is actually consists of old beach ridges that's breached due to the tsunami, and then after a while it regained the sediment accumulation and reconnected. But then the areas behind it, like the lagoon, they experience severe damage, particularly on the function for aquaculture. And there are some indication also about like land subsidence. This pictures on the left panel is actually the one located at the northern tip of Banda Aceh. So it's typical. We can see that some remnants of like this one is actually the coastal protection refatment, coastal refatment before the tsunami on the upper panel, and after the tsunami, and the lower panel, you can see that how it was situated before the tsunami. So there has been a lot of damage and erosion, and also it seems like there's indication of land subsidence, but not so much compared to later. I will show you how the indication of land subsidence more prominent on the western coast. Like this one, for example, if you're going to from the north, from the west to southern coastal areas of Sumatra, you can see that tree trunks, like coconut tree trunks, which not supposed to be in the surf zone, but you can still see here this situation until now. This is clearly indicating there has been land subsidence, whether it's tectonic or it's because of liquefaction. We maybe there are other researchers who can say more about that, but the indication was clear. This what I'm showing here is the typical immediate response of the local government to protect the coastal area, actually to protect the people who live nearby the coast, because now the shoreline is getting further inland, the position, so it really make a threat to the coastal community. So this kind of rubble mound protection is commonly found along the coastal area, particularly on the west down to the south of the coast, Aceh coast. And some soft protection measures also applied, but it immediately destroyed by the waves and all the coastal processes that's highly energetic at the western coast, because it's really directly facing to the Indian Ocean. And here you can see that some of the coastal protection on the north tip of Aceh, near Aceh, Banda Aceh actually, you can see that some coastal protection was not really gigantic or really high, but it's quite functional at some coastal stretch. But there are also some failures, because there are some stretches where the sand overtop the rubble mounds, like construction like this. So these are the typical effort of the coastal protection after the tsunami 2004 applied along the coastline of Aceh. There are some failures, and definitely I think it's still permanently a failure. Action has been done on the west coast and to the south, because of there's a problem with the land subsidence effects. So to conclude, for what we have seen, so we have faced so far, like 18 years after the tsunami, some problems like shoreline retreat, sand overtop, coastal flooding, inlet river mouth closures, lagoon exposures to sea, and declining coastal vegetation habitat. So the question is how the coast actually recovered and why it behaves like that, why the interaction with the coastal structures doesn't really work, and or is there any problems with some interventions that we need to consider. So based on this background, we try to to analyze the changes, the rate of changes of shoreline. This is the first order of anything that happens on the coastal area. So shoreline is one of the very straightforward indication of telling how whether this area is progressing or retreating. Yeah, so we first see a short-term period before and after tsunami, and then we also see longer term, like 15 years towards the tsunami and 13 years after the tsunami. Then we want to see how the rate of changes of the shoreline occurred. So this is the first impression of the what happened to the shoreline position after 6 months since the tsunami. So we can see this is on the north coast in Banda Aceh, actually in front of Banda Aceh. We can see that after 6 months, the erosion keeps on ongoing. Yeah, 15% of the erosion occur in this area after being eroded due to tsunami. So different from the previous one, this one on the west coast, even though there has been severe retreat of the coastline because of the shoreline because of the tsunami, but after 6 months, about 60% of the sediment was coming back to the coastal system, and it creates a recovery. Yeah, some recovery, like 60. The shoreline is now progressing a little bit. And yeah, I'm just going to show you that we have 3 segments on the north tip of Aceh, Banda Aceh, to see the changes in segment A, B, and C, both in short term and long term, and how we can identify different behavior from the shoreline perspective. So on the segment A, it is a low-lying lagunal coast with barrier island, and it has small creek, and it during the pre-tsunami it was protected by barrier island. Yeah, this is natural barrier island, lagoon inlet used for traditional fishermen and navigation. So this area is actually very productive for fisheries and also for the aquaculture behind it. So due to tsunami, the lagoon exposed to the sea, 65% barrier island disappeared, and lagoon experienced sedimentation. So if you can see in the early pictures I showed you, there are tambaks, that's aquaculture patches that was destroyed, and it cannot be recovered because there are too much sediments coming from the sea, and now it's exposed to the sea. It's no longer protected by the barrier island. So what happened in this segment in the short term before the tsunami? The upper left panel shows you the erosion that occurred due to tsunami. It is quite high, but then after 1 year, it recovers quickly. Yeah, there are a lot of accretion going on, but compared to the long term, typically before the tsunami, this area, segment A, was kind of like balanced area where there are some stretches of the coast experience ongoing erosion, but the others experience accretion. But after a while, even almost like 15 years after the tsunami, the coastal area seems to be still experiencing accretion. This creates problems like overtopping and blocking of the inlets. Yeah, so it's the fisheries activities has quite a big of problem because of that. And yeah, because the barrier island is now reconnected, and then there's no inlet that connects to the sea from the lagoon. So this is the problem in segment A. And if we go to segment B, this is the promontory with a high land and cliff. So the problem was not really severe, and the tsunami affected in this area was not very severe. But still, we can see after a long term of tsunami, since the tsunami, it still experienced some accretion with the rate beyond the regular rates in the past, but not so much compared to segment A. So we can say that some coastal protection needs to be installed, but some of them are quite successful, but there are some, maybe this is the seasonal variation, they experience stand over top like this. But overall, the hinterland was quite protected. And in segment C, this is a typical slightly elevated lagoon, not so wetlands like compared to segment A. In the past, it is mostly erosional, except at transition to the going to up to the higher ground to segment B. But then after the tsunami, it experienced quite a big aggression. So this is how it's going on, has been going on in segment C. Before the tsunami, after the tsunami, short term after the tsunami, it experienced quite a balanced aggression and erosion going on. But in the long term, it changed the regime of the sediment transport there seems to be different, so much different compared to 15 years towards or before the tsunami. So most, we can say that most of the coastal area that we are investigating, segment A, B, and C, experience accretion, ongoing accretion up until now. So it tells you that there should be we should, for the coastal measurement, coastal protection measures, we need to really take care of this ongoing accretion that is still going on. So as a concluding remarks, eroded coastal areas due to post-tsunami 2004 near Banda Aceh occurred mostly at the young or recent morphology. This is including the sand spit that connects the inlets, which are kind of new development of the coastal area. And also barrier island breaching by tsunami may cause extensive damage to the lagoonal system, coastal system, and it may be recovered if sufficient rate of sediment accumulated in the area. In extreme cases, the breaching may create new inlets or irreversible loss of barrier islands, and it occurs at quite extensive patches on the area in front of Banda Aceh. So they are not exposed directly to the coast, to the sea. Yeah. So there's no natural protection anymore. Most of the investigated sites affected by the 2004 tsunami are still in the state of recovering towards a new equilibrium, which may predominantly driven by a relatively high rate of accretion, even within more than a decade after the event. And the management is such a tectonic tsunami-prone coastal area, therefore should incorporate the post-event changing rates and trend of shoreline development, also considering also land subsidence, particularly on the west coast, west to south coast. So taking from this step towards the future, we would like to have to do a research related to the conceptual modeling of the behavior of the littoral transport and availability of sediment supply sources, which is from the river and from other sources, and the morphology response to protection measures. That's all my presentation. Thank you very much. So I stop my presentation here.
Thank you very much, Ibu Ella Merianda. It's quite interesting presentations, even, and I mean, it's also beautiful, the figures. Then, if there is any questions, please, anyone? So, if no questions, then could you please go back to the slides? I forgot what slide.
Yeah.
But where the graphic of the green and pink, yeah, this one.
This one. Which segment?
Yeah, actually, yeah, I mean, I'm not specialist in this, but what do you mean by the short-term recovery, medium-term, and then medium-term? And then what is the endpoint and linear regression rate? I mean, it's recovery for the sedimentation or recovery for the coastal?
Okay, thank you. That's a very, very good question. Yeah, of course, it's not for everybody's knowledge. Yeah, so you were asking about what do you mean by short term and long term or medium term, yeah? So the short term means that maybe I should go back to the schematization here. So we have consecutive multi-temporal satellite images that shows the position of the shoreline each acquired image. So we want to measure the position of one shoreline relative to the other in a temporal manner. So we have a set of data, like we want to see the response of the coast by the changing of the shoreline position right after tsunami. So we want to compare how the position, where the position of the shoreline was before the tsunami, and then so after the tsunami, about six months later, where the position would be. So, and we can calculate the distance between them. So this is the immediate, the very straightforward comparison of the shoreline position. But for the, and it shows you how severe of the shoreline movement in that very short term. It shows you how the tsunami affects the coastal area dramatically. So it changed that way. But for the longer term, like the medium term, like here we have set of data, like how many? Six sets of data from 1989 to 2004. Within this 15 years time frame, we have a different position, 6 different satellite image in different time, and we see the changes of those position relative to one another. And there's this one. So there's a method to calculate that based on linear regression rates. And there's also net shoreline movement. So this is the eventual results of the total changes of the shoreline from 1989 to 2004 out of these 6 data sets. So this would be our end results of the shoreline movement and it tells you how severe or how the shoreline developed, whether they are leading to accretion or erosion. And it is very important in coastal engineering to identify this, especially for the longer term. So then we can, if we want to protect the coastal area, then we know the rate of changes of how active the coastal area would be, so that we can make a correct measure of protection. So that's why we need to have a longer observation of the shoreline changes. I hope that would make clear, answer you clearly with
Yes.
this.
Thanks. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, the interesting part is that the longer term before the tsunami and after the tsunami was quite different. So we are still experiencing the ongoing accretion, which we never experienced it before in the past. So this is very important for the coastal engineers to realize this, because when they put the structures on top of a mobile coastal process, then it would never work. Like the one that I showed you the pictures, the failures of the coastal protection on the West Coast. Thank you.
Well, okay, thank you. And one more, what is the pink color and green color represent?
Sorry, could you repeat your question?
What is the pink color?
The pink color. The pink color is the erosion. So it experienced the shoreline retreat. So the shoreline is more to landward, and it's not good. We want something that is moving to increase the land area, which is the green one.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
The accretion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then we go to next presenter from Jedrej Majuski. Sorry if I pronounce it wrong. He is senior research fellow at EOS, will starting next month. Now, as associate professor at Institute of Geology, Geohazard Center, Adam Mickiewicz University, Poznan, Poland. His talk will discuss about the sedimentary evidence for paleo tsunami south of the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami zone. So please, Mr. Majuski, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. It's slightly the other way. I was in Singapore for a very long time, and now I will be moving to Poland. But other than that, everything is correct. I'm still a senior research fellow in Singapore at the moment, and I will be moving next month. Although physically I'm already in Poland. But good afternoon to everybody. Just a second. Okay. So I will be talking about the project which we've continued for quite a long while now with Professor Nazli Ismail in Shaikwala. This is sedimentary evidence for paleo tsunami south of the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. Now, I don't think I need to go through the introduction. I think the presenter already did that for me. Thank you very much. Before we start to talk about before we start to talk about the work, I always like to start with one slide on why we want to do it. I think it's very important. This is a picture I took in Palu, in one of the villages on the coastline there, and you can see the destruction that the tsunami left behind. So we want to be prepared for these sort of events in the future. So the background of this study is basically in 2004 we had this great earthquake and tsunami, which everyone here is well familiar with. But if you look at the map on the left, you can see that that tsunami affected a small part of the Sumatran coastline. What we wanted to know is actually what's happening to the rest of the Sumatran coastline, and because in Banda Aceh we found a coastal cave which recorded a lot of previous tsunamis, and so this gave us an idea that these tsunamis happen on different time steps, and we need to know more about how often they will happen on different parts of the coastline. And so we set about surveying most of this Sumatran coastline, and it's taken us the last 3 years to visit different sites all along the coastline. I'm happy to say in June we just finished this part that I marked in red here, and we still have a tiny bit left of the coastline in the south in the Lampung province. Now this the aim of our project is there's several aims. The first is we want to organize a comprehensive reconstruction of the entire West Sumatran coastline in terms of which parts of the coastline have experienced tsunamis in the past, how often these tsunamis happened, when did they happen, and so on, to improve our understanding of which areas are really at risk from more tsunamis. We also want to improve our understanding of how subduction zones behave, how the earthquake cycles on those zones behave, whether the earthquakes stop at certain areas and there's a separate earthquake for another part of the subduction zone, or whether they whether the earthquake continues and ruptures a much larger area. An important aim is also hazard mitigation. So if we have this information and we know roughly when we can expect other earthquakes and well, not roughly when, but how often we can expect tsunamis and earthquakes, then cities and villages along the coastline can prepare better for them, and that's probably the most important reason. Now the way we do the work is that we start with satellite images. So similarly to what Dr. Ella was explaining, we look at satellite images first. We plan the best areas for us to work. The next step is we go out into the field. We go visit those sites, and we core the sediments there, which means we drill into the ground and take out the sediments which have accumulated over the last few centuries to see what kind of processes have been happening there. Now, we have to be very careful with these sediments because we don't always have a lot to work with in terms of samples. So we do XRF analysis first, which is it's a non-destructive way of looking at what's contained in the sediments. So we can sort of X-ray them and find out what types of sediments make up the sample and so on before we decide to disturb and cut the sample. Then we move on to the next stage. Once we've identified the best parts of the sample to look at, sorry, then the next step is for us to do radiocarbon dating so that we know when a particular tsunami occurs. We look at grain size in the samples because most of the sites we look at are wetlands and they have very fine grain size. So the sediments there are muddy and very fine like clay. But occasionally, if a tsunami comes through, it will deposit a layer of sand, which I'll show you later on one of the slides. So the grain size tell us where in our cores there is a disruption by the tsunami. And finally, we look at the foraminifera. Foraminifera are little creatures that live only in salt water. So if the sediments contains skeletons of these creatures, then we know that sediment came from the sea. if it doesn't contain them, it could also be from a non-marine flooding, like from heavy rain and so on. And then at the end, we combine all this data to reconstruct when tsunamis happen and how often they happen. So this is the first stage of the work we do. So we look at satellite images, and on the left, you can see some very wavy lines in the landscape. Those are old oxbow lakes, old river channels which have filled up with sediment. While they fill up in the past, they may record they may contain sediments that came from the previous tsunamis. Another thing is beach ridges, so these sandy formations along the coastline. Often between the beach ridges, we have some softer, more organic sediments which can record tsunamis again when they come. And finally, on the right side, we have coastal wetlands. Today, especially in Aceh, but also in other parts of Sumatra and Indonesia, we can see rice grown in these areas. So typically on the satellite images, you just have to look for where the rice is being grown, and those are usually low-lying wetland areas. And in the past, these have been filled up by tsunami sediments whenever a tsunami has hit. So these are very good reserves for us. Now, this is just the coring equipment. We have this big metal rod which we drill into the ground. We go up down to maybe 10 meters is probably the deepest we've cored. And this is here on the left side, you have a coarse marine sand, that's a tsunami layer, which has disrupted a very highly organic peat, which usually forms in the coastal wetlands. So we have this black sediment, which normally forms, and then all of a sudden, this layer of sand is deposited on top of it. So this helps us to identify tsunamis which happened a long time ago when there was no one in the area to leave any records of this. Now, this is one example of such a site from Suso in Sumatra, and we've used grain size to identify the quiet sections of the site's history, and then we used foraminifera to look at the sandy lenses, which you can see here in orange 1, 2, 3 on the left side. And then we used pollen samples to confirm that the peat, which is underneath them, was actually freshwater vegetation growing on the coastline, which was later covered by tsunami sand. And of course, we used C14 radiocarbon dating to establish when the tsunami occurred. In that particular location, it was 1,700 years ago. Now, this project has been going on with between EOS and TDMRC and Shaikwala University for quite a long while. So on the left side, I have some papers which are in preparation. One is for the Palu Donggala tsunami deposit, and the other one is already in preparation for Suso on the Sumatran coastline as well. And here on the right side, I have some examples of previous papers that we have published based on our collaboration with Indonesian collaborators. And these are only the papers I was involved in. EOS has many other papers that collaborators from Indonesia have worked on as well. Now, the next stage of this project and my future plan is, so for the next 2 years, I'm actually moving to Poland to Adam Mickiewicz University, where I have a funded position to work on a project called Paleo-Tsunami Deposition as our key to understanding tectonic and tsunamogenic behavior of the Sumatran megatrust through time. Sorry, long title. But basically, this project will be to analyze all the samples we've collected over the last 2 or 3 years with Dr. Nazli. And now we will be actually looking at them in the laboratory in detail. We may try to organize 1 or 2 very short trips back to Sumatra again, just to cover any holes we have in the sediments. But essentially, most of what we will be doing is doing XRF of the samples to figure out what's in them, analyzing any organic remains in the samples to tell us, to date them so that we can tell when the tsunamis occurred. And for this purpose, I think the project is well set because the university I'm moving to has an associated radiocarbon laboratory. So unfortunately, that doesn't mean free radiocarbon dates, but it does mean we will have much better control of the details of the dating process. And then, of course, we will be looking at grain size to see what kind of sediments we're dealing with, whether it's the tsunami sands or the peat deposits underneath and between them, and using forams to confirm that the sands in the samples are of marine origin. So the aim of this new project remains essentially the same. So we want to do a comprehensive reconstruction of the extent and timing of the paleo tsunamis in Sumatra. We want to help with the hazard mitigation, and also while we're doing our fieldwork in Sumatra, we want to do some workshops and outreach lectures in Indonesia to help spread the information about tsunamis and different aspects of the study. And the novel aspect, which I'm always asked to, or I was asked to when I was writing this project to talk about, is what we want to do here is the first. It's not going to be complete, but we wanted the first reconstruction of the entire Sumatran coastline, so that we can start identifying where we have holes in the record and where we can improve our work in the future. Okay, so that was my last slide. I'll stop sharing for now. Okay, do we have any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Majuski. It's nice presentation. I mean, in the morning we have several evidence of paleo tsunamis in Java. Now the information enrichment us to have several information in the west coast of Sumatra. And are there any question for Mr. Majuski? So if no, then you already do the observation along the west coast of Sumatra, right?
Yes, that's correct. We've just finished. We actually started somewhat unfortunately right when COVID started at the beginning of 2020. So it was very difficult, and Nazli was having to organize a lot more of the work than we planned, because I was supposed to be in Indonesia the whole time, but we had to kind of come and go and organize things in other ways. But we've spent 3 years looking at the coastline, and we've picked up about 36 sites, I believe. Not all of them will have tsunami evidence, but a lot of them will have sediments that are of interest to us. And now we have to do the laboratory analysis to find out what they tell us. Yeah.
Okay. Just one curiosity from me. So, is there any different characteristic of the tsunami deposit between the island? I mean, in the west coast of Sumatra, where we have island like Simeulue, Pagai, and etc., and comparing with the Sumatra Island, where we don't have any island in the front.
Okay, I'm going to switch back to sharing one of my slides just so we can see a map. Yes. So if we look at the map here on the left side, in the north of of Aceh, the island is completely unprotected, and we can see a lot of sites up there that we have found evidence of tsunamis. And as we go down, particularly in places around and south of Padang, in the center of the coastline, it's a little bit difficult to find the sites, but also in the sites we found so far, we don't appear to see. We do see earthquakes, which cause land subsidence, but we haven't found evidence for tsunamis yet. So we're still quite interested to figure out this question. I'm definitely not saying at this stage that there are no tsunamis there, but perhaps it looks like in that area behind the islands, the tsunamis don't reach the coastline as much as in other parts of Sumatra. And further south still, we have some areas where the coastline is a little bit problematic. Around Bengkulu, for example, a lot of the coastline is quite steep. It has cliffs on the coastline. So it's problematic for our work because it means it's very difficult to find these low-lying sites with sediments. But the good news is, of course, when the coastline is very high, when you have these high cliffs, most of the population along those coastlines, they live in high places and are quite well protected from most tsunamis that might happen in the area. It's just that for the sites we've looked at there, we don't have as much information about what is happening in the past. We've found some sites where we appear to have quite a long record, but they're a little bit higher on the coastline. So we'll see how it goes. In 2 years, I should have a much better idea of which part of the coastline we need to spend more time working on.
Well, okay, thank you very much. Again, nice presentation, and see you in the future.
Thank you very much.
You are in Singapore right now, or in Poland?
I'm in Poland right now. So officially, I'm still finishing my work in Singapore until the end of this month, and then next month I'm starting in Poland. But in physical terms, I'm already in Poland. So that's why I missed part of the morning session, because it was very, very early in the morning for me.
Yeah. Well, again, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we go to the next presenter from Dr. Stoal Siapkanski from the Université Paris-1 Panthéon Sorbonne. He will talk about the harbor geoarchaeology and fluvio-deltaic landscape evolution again in Banda Aceh. So please, the time is yours, Mr. Siapkanski.
Hello.
Yeah. Yes.
Hello,
please.
everyone, and thank you for the invitation. Just tell me if you are hearing well. If, yeah, you hear me? The connection is good.
Yeah, we hear you, Stoil, no problem.
Yes, we
Okay,
can hear
thank
you.
you.
Hi,
Thank you
Stoil.
very much. Hi. So thank you very much for the invitation, and yeah, thank you, Ian and Taylor, for the presentations before. It was very nice to see you. Yeah, today I would like to talk a little bit about the project that we developed in Aceh since 2018. It's a part of my PhD work there, and yeah, I'm PhD student finishing at the end of the PhD at the University of Paris-1 Panthéon Sorbonne, and I'm also engineer at the University of France in Normandy. So today it will be a little bit different, maybe more linked to the risk, or a bit less linked to the risk, but more linked with the geoarchaeology and the paleoenvironment. Yeah, as I said, this is a work that we started together with Ella, with Nazli, with Mr. Darosman, and also collaborator from EOS since 2018. So, but before starting, so I suppose that most part of us know very well where is Aceh, but yeah, Aceh is situated in the northern tip, at the northern tip of Sumatra. And the northern tip of Sumatra is surrounded by the Indian Ocean to the west and the Malacca Strait to the east. So if we do zoom now and we look at the global scale, we can see that Aceh is also situated at a very geographic. I mean, it is really well located in a key position along the maritime roads. So, and this is the situation today. And at the beginning of this project, we were wondering, but what's happening in the past? Because today the boats traveling around the world, they are able to travel and to travel the big distance but at the past, it wasn't really the same. The boats needed to make a stopover along the road. So as you can see today, Banda Aceh and Aceh is not mentioned like a big harbor, but how it was in the past. And this is the question that we would like to answer at the beginning of the project. So in fact, the historical sources mention that the harbor of Aceh and mention Aceh since the 9th century, and it mentioned like old harbor. And yeah, and this is something that inspire us since the beginning. So imagine the feeling of the travelers when they saw Aceh and Sumatra for the first time after traveling weeks and weeks along the Indian Ocean. Just try to imagine the harbor and its environment during the 9th century. And I will ask you, could you really imagine it? Of course you can, but you are probably wrong, and this is because the environment of the Aceh coast is changing a lot with the time, and for this project, one of the aim was to combine the imagination and the field evidence, and so to understand where is the harbor of Aceh, or at least find a place where it would have been. So we need to reconstruct the landscape evolution. We need to know where the coastline was at different period of time. So to illustrate it, what I'm trying to say, I choose a random coastal evolution in southern France. It's just an example, and the evolution of this place since 8,000 years ago. So, and I place the boat on the coastline, and we can see that depending on the time, we will place the boat at different places. And it is exactly the same thing in Aceh. If you would like to understand where is the harbor, where was the city, where was the civilization before where they are settled, so we need to understand the landscape. We need to understand how it's evolved along the time. So, yeah, to continue, how we can do that. So the first thing is at short times investigation, we can look at on the old maps. So, and even with the maps of the beginning of 20th century, we can see that even at the period of 100 years, the coastline changed a lot. As Ella said you before, I mean, it's a very dynamic coast. You can even go back in time. So we can see at the left side, we can see that there is some barrier further in the sea. We can see also some lagoons that today are more or less eroded. We can see also that the delta shape is not really the same. If I go back, yeah, at the past it was more cup shaped. I mean, it was more pronounced. Yeah. Then if we can go back more on time, during the 18th century, we can see some lagoons and some maritime and harbor activities. You can even go further in the time. We can even see more than one, because now the natural mouth of the river is a single, but in the past, we can see even more paleo branches of the Aceh River during the 7th century. We can also use this kind of images, I mean the precursor of the maps, and we can even imagine a harbor, a fluvial harbor nearby the city. And then, yeah, we can even use the really old maps from the 8th of the 16th, beginning of the 17th century. And we can try to imagine some lagoons and some open and closed bay that could be an old harbor. And yeah, and we can imagine the environment. But of course, more we go back in time, less the archive are precise. So, yeah, so the maps They must have their limits, of course. And one of the first papers that we published it was dealing with with the reconstruction of coastal dynamic at short time period. Short time period, I mean historical times. So we focus on the more or less on the coastline and the first 5 kilometers from the coastline. We use maps, aerial photographs, and satellite images from different periods. And the first result that we obtained was very promising. So we focused on the river length and width. And so we find a very nice correlation, negative correlation between the length and the width of the river. I mean, when the river become more wider, it's the length of the river is decreasing, and when the river become more longer, the width of the river is decreasing. So yeah, very nice correlation, and it's often in sedimentology, it's often linked to the sediment fluxes from the headwater. So and then after the river, we also provide the monitoring and mapping of the coastline landscape on the coastline geomorphological unit. And so we found that there is a very nice interplay between the river and the coast. It means that when the river length is increasing, we identify the coastal erosion, and when the river height is increasing, then the coastline is progradating. And so it means that the dynamic of the coast that really linked with the sediment budget and the sediment coming from the headwater. And so, yeah, and one of the other finding of this paper was that, so we were wondering that the tsunami actually it's really a tipping point of the dynamic of the Aceh coastline. It means that it is that the tsunami change the dynamic of the coast. Of course, it changed, but actually the coastal erosion operating even before the tsunami, even for 100 years before the tsunami. It means that the tsunami just accelerated the evolution of the coast, but it not really changed the coastline dynamics. So, yeah, and coming back on the coastal erosion, so we can assume that in fact is a question of sediment. Actually, the budget is the sediment budget is negative. And why is this? Why is the question of sediments? This is more or less the second question that we were thinking about, and this is we work on it in the frame of the second paper. So we wanted to focus on the sediment, on the signature of sediments along the coast, and to understand why there is a deficit of sediment. Is it the same all along the coast, or there is a specific area of the coast that something happens? To do that, so we provide we collect sediment along the coast of the Aceh Delta, and also all along the catchment, the Aceh catchment. So all these dots, red, yellow, and orange, are the place we sample sediment. So we provide some magnetic susceptibility, grain size, infrared spectroscopy, X-ray fluorescence, and X-ray diffraction. And so we combine all these proxy in order to establish what we can say, what we can often say a sediment fingerprint. A sediment fingerprint is like our fingerprint, but it's typical for the sediment. It means when we establish this sediment fingerprint, each sample will be unique. We can identify comparing to the other sample. And so we can understand from where the beach sand is coming from which sub-basin of the Aceh catchment it's coming. So we provide some statistical analysis, especially discriminant analysis. So the discriminant analysis is a supervised classification. And we want to know who is who. I mean, when we have a sample from the beach, we would like to know to each from each subbasin it's coming. With the red circle, so we have the reference sources. The reference sources are the different subcatchment, and so each point, each sample will be more or less closer to one and to another group. So like this, we can understand from where it is coming. Of course, you can imagine that it's more a question of mixture rather than a single provenance. And so, yeah, along the river, the sediments are, of course, coming from the major subbasin. It wasn't surprise, of course, but along the coast, it was a little bit different. So we found that the signature of sediment is not the same along the coast. And this is because, of course, of the longshore drift and so on, the coastal processes, but we found that in the Western Delta, where the coastal retreat was, after the tsunami, the coastal retreat was greater. This is also the places where the sediment signature is more different. Yeah, and so, yeah, the finding of this paper that the asymmetry of the sediment distribution, I mean, the sediment distribution along the coast is asymmetric. There is an underrepresentation of sediment from the Aceh River and a kind of segregation of minerals. It also happens when there is a sediment deficit along the coast. And yeah, so some minerals are evacuated by water, but the more heavy minerals. And so this gives this particular signature. Yeah. Yeah, let's move on. Yeah, so the third paper on the third stage of this work, so on the third paper, it was to try to go further in the time, to go back in the time, even in the long time period. And the first step was to provide a geomorphological map. But of course, the first map that we used covered only the historical period. So there are the limit of the maps. And to go further in time, of course, we need to do corings. We need to find other type of archives. So this is why we provide the 52 corings along the Aceh Delta. And so we combine the maps, the satellite images, but also the information from the subsurface, from the corings. And we provide a geomorphological maps that show us, of course, the paleo branches of and the paleo channels of the Aceh River, of course, the beach ridges and swell that show us the past position of the coastline. And we use this map to find the places where we want to core, where we want to provide the boreholes. Yeah, and then the fourth paper that is currently ongoing, we focus on these cores, and so we try to provide a chronological frame of the evolution of the delta. So just, of course, I can't present you all the cores, but I selected some of them in the western part of the delta. And what is interesting is that with the gray, we can see some stratigraphic layers that were interpreted like closed and open bay, based of all the analysis, of course. And the radiocarbon dates showed a period of deposition between the beginning of the Common Era and the 9th and 10th century. And what is interesting that if it's an open bay or closed bay, it could be a harbor. And the time of deposition of these sediments also correlate with one of the hypotheses for the first occupation, human occupation of the Aceh Delta during the 9th and 10th century. So it's very promising, very interesting, but of course it's still ongoing. Yeah, and here I summarize a little model of evolution of the delta in 6 stages. that we publish it in the third paper, but we would like to improve, especially with the chronological dates in the fourth paper. But you can see that you can more see the limit of the maximum of marine transgression during the mid-Holocene. Then you can imagine some paleo branches continue and you can imagine the coastline progradated in the second and the third and the fourth stage. You can also see the asymmetry of the delta, how it's evaluated firstly from the west side. It's firstly progradated from the west side of the delta and then from the east side of the delta. And yeah, and this is for now. Yeah, and at the end, I would like to say thank you to everyone, of course, to Ella, to Nazli, for Darosman, and all these nice people in Aceh that with time they become our friends and not only colleagues, and of course the colleague from EOS that we continue working together. Yeah, it was really nice to work in Aceh, and I really would like to continue working there and continue this work. So thank you for the attention. Please do not hesitate if you have questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Shapskansky. It's very interesting presentation. I mean, you do the scientific and also the imagination to find the lost harbor. It is quite challenging, and you have so many publications about Aceh River Delta. Then you are defending your thesis in the few months, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Good luck for that.
Thank you.
Anyone have any question about the lost harbor of Aceh? So please, Mr. Roberto.
Hello. Thanks for the presentation. I was wondering if there is erosion of the coast, can you extend your, if there is erosion of the coast, if you can extend your studies, let's say, at the bottom of the sea to investigate how it was before the erosion.
You mean the bottom of the sea, you said?
Yes, if there is erosion, so the old coastline is now below sea level. If you can, how far you can go studying, the previous coast under sea level? That's my question. Of course, I'm not an expert in the field, so I'm wondering.
No. It's a very good question, in fact, because when we realized the geomorphological map, we saw that some beach ridges were cutted. So today they are cutted, but in the past they went more into the water. So the coastline was even further than today because of the erosion. So of course, all the sediments that are eroded, so they are lost. So this is the problem when we try to work on it. Once it's eroded, so it's lost. So we can't reconstruct the landscape without sediment because they are eroded. So all the land that was more inland that was eroded is lost, of course. So the archive are lost, the history is lost of that. But it's at some places the erosion somehow preserved some structure, and so we can see in the bathymetry we can see the rest of the beach ridges that are not completely eroded. So you can imagine where they have been, and we can imagine the shape of the coastline in the past. And and sometimes there is, when the erosion is not completely eroding the coast, we can even see old structure in water, even into the water, and then we can do some diving, and we can try to monitoring and to monitor and to record the position of this structure and try to imagine how it was before. But of course, when the coastline is eroded, it's more complicated.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Roberto. And maybe one question. Did you what reason why you choose 400 years before to I mean, the harbor is you assume that there was a harbor 400 years ago, right? And why at the time?
To be honest, it was a random date that I put it. In fact, but so what I read from what I heard from the historical sources, that they mentioned the first occupation, they placed it in the 9th, 10th century. But of course, during the 16th century, 15th, 16th century, in Aceh, there is a growth of the city. I mean, it's the beginning of the city and we suppose that if the growth of the city is linked with the commercial activity, of course, and if there is a commercial activity, they need a harbor. They need the place from where the goods are coming and from where they make the exchange. So this is why I put 400 years ago, which correspond more or less to 16th, 17th century. So I suppose, not only me, but we suppose that there is a big harbor when is the epogee, when the Kota Raja is a very influential city in Southeast Asia.
Okay. And one more, maybe maybe you also work with so did you find any paleo tsunami deposits? I mean, the harbor was lost because of tsunamis or just
again, very, very good question. It was at the beginning when we started, this was maybe one of the hypotheses. That right now, I mean, now in the Middle Ages, we can more or less see from the maps that the harbor is nearby the city. It means a fluvial harbor. And it could be, one of the reasons, it could be that they already experienced a tsunami on the coast. So the harbor was already destroyed on the coast. And this is why they prefer to put the harbor along the river, inland, to protect from future tsunami. So in one of the core, I found some tsunamis, but it was more or less from the 2004 tsunami. So I haven't really found in the Aceh Delta other tsunami than the 2004. But this is also because it's very complicated to differentiate the sediment, the tsunami sediment in the cores, because the sediments are coming from the beach. And the signature is more of tsunami are very close to the signature of the ordinary sedimentation, so it's very difficult to distinguish it. But yeah, I hope that I answered to your question. But
yeah, thanks. It's quite clear, but I think there will be more. I hope you will have more research in this area, I hope.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to continue working there, of course. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much and good luck for your defense. So
Yeah, thank you, you too. Thank you for the invitation, of course.
okay, unfortunately, the next presenter, Mr. Lorong Usong, he cannot come. He cannot attend this meeting, and also Professor Nicholas Rawlinson and Dr. Greenfield could not attend as well. So, is there Professor Alison Rabi? Well, unfortunately, because we don't have, we're still waiting for Mr. Alison Rabi. She's in Plymouth, so I bet it's still early in the morning. So for now, maybe we can have small breaks. Then we can continue after Professor Alison Rabi come. Oh. Well, okay. Thank you very much for your attention. We will. I hope we will have Mr. Professor Rabi soon, and we can continue this presentation because she is the last presenter of this seminar. So now it's time to break, and we can come around 3:30 maybe. Okay. Thank you very much for your attention. See you in the last presentation of this seminar.
Hi, Alison. How are
Hi.
you? It's a good catch in the morning.
Yeah.
Sorry for that. I guess now the moderator is waiting.
I'm just going to close my window because there's some building going on.
Mm. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Good. I'm at home, so nobody will bother me with signatures asking the students.
Very good, yes.
Mm.
We have our new semester starting next week, so we're busy running around trying to get everything ready, including finishing a building.
Oh, it's under construction right now.
Mm,
Are you in
yeah.
the office?
I am in the office, yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Great. I just have my new publication with the shoreline change, the one that I sent you the draft. I don't know whether you can probably incorporate it in our report.
Okay, excellent.
As it's necessary.
Yes, I've put some time aside to do more work on that I think in about 10 days' time.
All right. Yeah, we're pretty busy as well here.
I can imagine.
In the middle of the semester, anything could
How's
happen.
the laboratory?
Mm.
How is
Well,
the laboratory?
the laboratory
Mm.
into the MRC, you mean?
Yes, yes. So the new facility that you've been installed.
Oh yeah. It's up and running. Right now, I think they are calibrating some instruments right now. Also putting on some, installing some sensors.
Okay.
Yeah, Shamsidik would be very busy with that.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
And can I clarify that this is the last presentation of your afternoon?
Yes. Okay. Unfortunately, you are the last one, and there were two speakers who canceled, so we're waiting like almost 40 minutes in between.
Okay.
But
okay.
Luckily,
sorry for the delay.
Like no. Luckily, you responded me. Otherwise, just wait really like 40 minutes to get you in.
Well, I'll let you into a little secret. I guess everybody else can hear that. I'd forgotten that Jakarta was -7 hours. I was thinking it was +7 hours. So I was ready to present in my evening in about 14 hours time.
Okay. So you're already awake since, yeah, I saw you replied Shamsidik like 3 hours in the morning? At 3 in the morning?
Not my morning.
Here, I mean, I don't know what that would be. Yeah. So I woke up and saw your email replying to Shamsidik. So wow, that's quite early. Oh, very late for you over there.
Oh, I can see somebody in the presentation, but I can't hear.
Mic's not on.
Hello, Professor Rabi.
Hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for coming for the presentation.
It's my pleasure.
Okay. Well, if I mean, before we plan to start at 3:30 because 3 of our presenters couldn't come.
Okay.
But then because you are already here, then perhaps we can start.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Hello again, everyone. So eventually we arrive for the last presenter from Professor Alison Rabi from University of Plymouth. And again, we will have more research discussion about Banda Aceh. So please, Professor Rabi, the time is yours.
Okay, I will share my screen. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, in presentation mode?
Sorry?
In presentation mode, or can you see also notes underneath?
It's still not in the layout mode.
Okay, let me stop sharing that one. Let me have a go at sharing. And I'll share screen. Okay, can you see that okay?
It's all good.
Okay, great. Okay, well, thank you very much for this opportunity to present the EFIT TDMRC Joint Recovery Construction Mission to Banda Aceh. We undertook this mission in October 2022, just under a year ago. First, I'll provide some background to EFIT, just to explain what EFIT is and what we do, and a little on TDMRC, but I'm sure they don't need much introduction to you. So EFIT is the Earthquake Engineering Field Investigation Team, and it's a UK-based organisation. It's comprised of earthquake engineers, architects and academics, and I'm one of the academics. I'm based at the University of Plymouth. Plymouth is on the southwest peninsula of the UK, and it's a university that does a lot of work in the ocean environment, and I'm a coastal engineer. And we collaborate with colleagues in countries that are affected by earthquakes to provide the seismic resistance of both traditional and engineered structures. And the benefits of this are training. So we train more junior professionals, including PhD students, fostering strong links between practicing and academic participants. So typically the team would comprise half academics and half people from engineering consultancies, for example. We disseminate findings from the field. So our Institute of Structural Engineering host the webinars that we produce following the missions, and we establish international links and we gather data for research. So many of our missions have prompted research projects following. The objectives of EFIT are to carry out field investigations following major damaging earthquakes. We compare the actual performance of the structures under earthquake conditions with the expectations of designers. We investigate the socio-economic effects, including human casualties. So we don't just focus on the engineering, we try to work in a multidisciplinary way. We study disaster management procedures, and we try to accurately and consistently report back to the local and international engineering community. We do that through reports and also through presentations. And we aim to contribute to an improved understanding of engineering behaviour with the aim of continuous improvement of design practices and regulations. As many of you know, the work of EFIT goes back many years. I think the first mission, here we go, 1983 to Turkey. Now, prior to the Boxing Day tsunami in 2004, all of the missions had just been focused on earthquakes and earthquake damage. But subsequent to the Indian Ocean tsunami, we've been involved in several post-tsunami observation missions. And you'll notice a few there in the list, including Tohoku, Sulawesi, which I'll mention Sulawesi briefly a little bit later. And here are our corporate sponsors. Some of these companies might be known to you in Indonesia. They'll be have an international base. So this is showing a few of the very sad photographs following the Indian Ocean tsunami in 2004. So that tsunami event changed many things, including recognizing the need to provide a tsunami warning system in the Indian Ocean, which didn't previously exist. And an EFIT mission surveyed the damage following the Boxing Day tsunami, traveling to Sri Lanka and Thailand, where obviously major damage had occurred. More damage, we're aware, was occurred in Banda Aceh, in Sumatra. Obviously, that was the worst affected area. But we weren't actually able to launch a mission there because at that time, we weren't able to find a local partner to work with, and that was an important part of the EFIT missions. Now that would all change, this lack of local partnership would all change, as I'll describe in our current collaboration with TDMRC in a moment. But also the major change was the fact that engineers thought about, we need to consider tsunami wave loading more seriously in design. Prior to that, there'd been a little bit in the design codes, but not much. Most design codes had focused around seismic design. So engineers started giving the tsunami loads some focus. So some of the research questions here, what are the tsunami forces? How do we assess buildings and coastal defences for tsunami? Are existing guidelines adequate? And as I've hinted, that they weren't. And also, is engineering design the solution? So some countries might have an engineered solution to this. Other regions might instead try to address the hazard just with spatial planning. So there's a question about, is engineering design the solution? So we're aware that tsunamis are rare and there's a lack of observations. But one of the famous time histories that was acquired was on the Mercator yacht, approximately a mile off the coast in Phuket, Thailand. And this shows the water level. Sorry, I'm trying to find my cursor. Here we go. The water level relative to the still water level. So you can see that there was this famous drawdown, this trough that came, followed by a crest. But what I want to indicate on this graph is the period of the wave. So the time between either zero up crossings or trough to trough or crest to crest was very long. It was approximately 23 minutes. Now, in previous laboratory modelling where engineers tried to understand something about wave loading, there were tsunami simulators in Japan. Oregon State University has a tsunami simulator, and they typically use paddle-type wave generators. So they would either have a piston-type generator or perhaps a bottom-mounted flat-type generator. But those are limited to generating really short period waves. So if we scale up the laboratory period of, say, 10 to 20 seconds to actual field scale, to prototype, that's equivalent to just a 2-minute wave. And you can see that that's actually an order of magnitude too short. So the ideal in a laboratory is to try to increase the period of the waves that's generated, something like between 20 and 40 minutes. Also, tsunami generation had focused on really highly idealized waveforms. So there's a graphic here showing that. So these would be solitary waves. And actually the tsunamis that have been measured either from the Indonesian tsunami or more recently in Tohoku, you can see that there's a more complicated waveform and they're different in different locations. So I've lost my cursor again. There we go. So a new design of tsunami simulator based around a large pump and a control valve was developed. And this photograph shows the view down through, I think this is the fast flow facility. So a consortium led by Tiziana Rossetto at UCL, working with HR Wallingford, developed a tsunami simulator. And this is based in Wallingford in Oxfordshire in the UK. And we're looking down the fast flow flume. Towards at the very end, you can see some sort of big square. That's where the large pump is housed and the control system. So essentially, a large amount of water is sucked up into this this void and then released in some sort of controllable way to create a long period wave. So here we're able to generate something of about 20 seconds or in fact even more. And the development work of Tiziana Rossetto and David McGovern was published in Elsevier's Coastal Engineering Journal. So they talk a lot about the development and the waveforms that were produced. And that facility has been used to conduct experiments on wave run-up and loads on buildings. And it has been able to be successfully used to recreate past tsunami waveforms. In the past year, Tiziana Rossetto set up a consortium of about, I'm not sure exactly, maybe about 30 different academics and researchers, not based in the UK, but also internationally. And we have been able to look at different aspects of tsunami wave loading at small scale. So we've looked at run up through obstacles and scour, and particularly of interest to me in my work collaborating with geologists, looking at how the waves move coastal boulder deposits. So in some shoreline areas which are subject to tsunamis, very large boulders have been moved offshore to inshore and even up beaches. In some locations, we're able to work out whether those were moved by storm waves, and in others, whether in fact it was by tsunami waves. So one of my PhD students conducted some experiments with other researchers from this Make Waves consortium, and we've been investigating that and suggesting some empirical formulae that might describe the relationship between the wave characteristics and the boulder movement. That's all I'll say on that. So leaving the lab and back to post-2004 again, what changed? So you'll be aware, I'm sure, of the initiatives in Indonesia following the Indian Ocean tsunami, which were aimed at informing the reconstruction, providing information on earthquakes and tsunamis, and considering the disaster mitigation. Within 2 years, that had led to the establishment of the current Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Centre that we all know. So when the Palu Bay earthquake and tsunami liquefaction happened in 2018, TDMRC were the obvious partner. And sorry, is that a question?
No,
okay,
no.
and
Continue.
Okay, EFIT has been having a fruitful collaboration with TDMRC since. Now, in terms of EFIT, We have been, in the last few years, conducting longer term recovery missions. So initially, we only went out to locations immediately after or just a few weeks after an event. But in the last few years, we've been trying to go out to locations several years after the event to look at the longer term recovery. So 2009, we went to revisit Italy after the Aquila earthquake. And we went back to Japan in 2013 after our initial visit in 2011. And in 2022, we revisited the site of the Nepal earthquake. And the importance of these types of long-term recovery missions is to think about what has been learned in that interim. Has the built environment been built back better? And what training of the populations and engineers has subsequently taken place? And we've been funded by the Engineering Physical Sciences Research Council for this recovery, as well as the emergency missions. So the recovery mission to Banda Aceh was actually one of 3 that was conducted in a short space of time in a similar region. So we're aware that this area was affected by the Indonesian tsunami, and then 2018, the Palu Bay Sulawesi event. Now, conducting these 3 missions together enable us to compare the recovery in 2 different countries, in Indonesia and Thailand, but also looking at the temporal recovery as well. So comparing the recovery after 2 events occurring at 2 different points in history, obviously at different scales. And this was the composition of the teams that went to those 3 locations. This is me here. I led the Banda Aceh mission, which is why I'm speaking this afternoon. Antonios Pomonis, who's a consultant with the World Bank, led the Palu Bay mission. And we were supported in the field by an excellent remote team. So this is Professor Tiziana Rossetto from UCL, I mentioned earlier, with her development of the tsunami simulator at HL100. And these people provided support in the field, but also have provided lots of help in writing the reports and the papers following. We've got a QR link to our 3 mission blogs. And just to say that we're building on 2 previous missions, I think I mentioned already, to Thailand and Palu Bay. And you can obtain these reports free on the Institution of Structural Engineers website in the UK. But without any further delay, I'll describe some aspects of the Banda Aceh mission. Now, working with TDMRC meant that EFIT could join with some of their ongoing community engagement activities. So we were scheduled to be in the field for a period, I think it was 6 days. And that's a short period of time, actually, to travel all the way from the UK or from different parts of Europe to have the 3 flights, arrive in Banda Aceh. We needed to maximise what we were going to be doing in that period of time. And coincidentally, Dr. Melianda and I can't remember Unita's surname, Idris, and Dr. Idris, they had established community engagement and scientific research activities going on in Banda Aceh, where they're based. And so we were able to go along to some of their community engagement activities. And primarily, we were there to look at the recovery from the Indian Ocean tsunami. But there are other hazards to be considered in Banda Aceh, notably flooding. And here are some photographs from the community engagement activity. This is in Panteric. I think this might be Dr. Melianda who's presenting at the moment. So here are stakeholders from the community and some of the mission team. This is Marco Beguera. And this is the very nearby river that forms a near Oxbow Lake that goes around that particular location. Now, you'd imagine that perhaps the flooding might come from this river bursting its banks, but actually the principal cause of flooding in that location is the fact that it's actually very low-lying. So when the community was established in that location, I believe, I understand from what was told to us, a lot of the topsoil was removed for the building, which had the effect of reducing the level of the land. So now when there is heavy rain, there's flooding just from the rainfall. And there is a pumping station in that location. So this would pump the surface water back out to the river. But this is the stilling basin. Sorry, first over here. This is the stilling basin for the pumping station, and you can see that it's being choked by some sort of indigenous species. So that was a really interesting location to visit, to speak to the community about their concerns over flooding. This was a location that had been just built, as I said, post 2004. And we saw examples of how the houses had been modified in that location, but I'll speak about that in a moment. Another location where we saw the ongoing work of TDMRC and their community engagement was in a primary school. And this particular activity was related to what they call serious games. So that's engaging children with some sort of computer animation to teach them some serious lessons. So the serious lesson here in this game is all about the evacuation route. So the pupils were given the opportunity to play these games and to understand more about the direction in which they should evacuate. And in that particular location, which is, I don't remember exactly, about 1 kilometre inland, so within the inundation zone, but you can't actually see the sea. And so it's not especially clear which direction you would naturally need to run in. And so there are evacuation route signs in that location. We tried ourselves to follow the evacuation route using the signs, which was challenging for us, even in an air-conditioned car. We found it sort of very steamy and very hot, and we couldn't always see the signs. So it was really important to see these school children being trained in the use of the evacuation route so that they can run to safety. During the mission, in fact, I think on the first official day, TDMRC hosted a focus group discussion for us. It was a really interesting event where we had community representatives, government officials, an NGO, and each of those sort of different populations were asked to address certain questions around recovery and response, training, how they were feeling about the situation. There was like an open floor for people to share their concerns. And this was really helpful for us to understand the perceptions related to reconstruction and the disaster preparedness. And I should say that Dr. Meliando and Dr. Idris were very well supported by their master students at TDMRC who hosted this particular event. Now, in terms of what we saw on the ground, so bear in mind that we're mostly engineers, so we're interested in structures. The most important structure that we visited, or the most significant perhaps that we visited, were vertical evacuation structures. These are quite commonly used in Japan. So in low-lying areas where there isn't time for people to evacuate further inland or up a nearby hill, then typically vertical evacuation structures would be built. We attended a conference or workshop on the afternoon of the first day, where the director of TDMRC, Saim Siddiq, was talking about the cultural response to these structures, and indicated that the local populations were generally unwilling to use these, mostly for cultural reasons. And TDMRC have recently been busy identifying alternatively candidate buildings that might be more acceptable for evacuation structures. So these are typically 3 stories tall, but there are other buildings in Banda Aceh that are a similar height that people might feel a closer affinity to. So in the areas of the shopping centres, there might be shopping malls where you can get up higher. There would be office blocks that perhaps people could evacuate higher, rather than these dedicated structures which people don't actually access and which they don't have any affinity with. Here are 2 more nominated vertical evacuation structures. I think the one on the left was used by the fire department. The other one, top right, is the former home of TDMRC before they moved to the central university campus location. I don't know whether you can tell from this photograph, but the building is designed a little like a ship. And you can see on the left-hand side here, it's built like the bow of a ship that's facing into the direction of a potential tsunami wave. So the tsunami would break up on the bow of this structure and flow either side and hopefully leave this building undamaged. As I said, TDMRC, this was their previous building, and I think that another department was due to move into that building shortly when we visited. We saw post-2004 housing developments. We saw dedicated housing developments. We mentioned about the Panteric one on the Oxbow Lake. We also visited the Jackie Chan village, which was located up a hill, well out of the inundation zone. But the people were not familiar with moving inland, and perhaps they had more an affinity with the sea. Maybe they worked as fishermen. And in fact, I think about a half of the houses in that location were no longer being lived in by the original tenants. So the original motivation was good and generous of the donors, but actually it hadn't worked out quite so well. Photographs here show, this is Marco Pueguerrero again, taking a photograph. This is a modified donor house. So the donor housing, and we've seen this all over this region, so in Thailand as well. There were 36 square meter houses that were built, and they were funded by various countries. And we also discovered that depending on the country or the NGO, the quality could be variable. But one of the significant findings was how people had adapted their housing following. So this was a location where the original housing had been built on stilts. So it's in a location where the tsunami inundation might travel to. And initially, they're built just as a stilted structure so that the wave can travel through essentially a sacrificial ground floor of the structure. You can see here that walls have been infilled, and here's a new front door. It looks very smart. It's no longer quite as safe in a tsunami situation. And here's another one. One of the motivations for residents to do this is just to have more room. So 36 square meters is a very modest space. One of the other areas that we were interested to look at were the mangroves. So following the Indonesian tsunami, there was a lot of discussion about how mangroves might be utilized for tsunami mitigation. In Banda Aceh, we saw mangrove plantations, but not for the purpose of tsunami mitigation, generally for aquaculture or just conservation. The top right shows a sad example of a dying mangrove. So also just to highlight the fact that there are different species of mangroves, which actually look quite different. So this is one of the very large trees, a bit like an English oak tree. But here, the mangroves along the shore were dying, and at least one of the reasons for their poor health is this white pipe. So this white pipe, if you follow it just slightly inland, links to some sort of commercial activity, a cafe on the beach, and the white pipe is actually the soil pipe from the toilet facilities. So the pollution in this zone is affecting the health of the mangroves, and that's very unfortunate to see. Speaking from a coastal engineering perspective, Dr. Meleander was able to show us lots of the rebuilt coastal and port structures. Some of them, and this is a structure that links a couple of the shoreline locations. It wasn't constructed with a high enough crest level. So when the storm waves were coming in, they were going up over this rubble mound and actually causing scour on the road. And where there'd been repairs, the size of the rubble that had been incorporated was also very small. So this road is in danger of being lost in storms, let alone in tsunami inundation. Is one of the port facilities. So the big new port in the location was funded by international donors. There's a lot of commercial and fishing activities going on there. That was great to see. We also spent some time with some of the planners, trying to understand the motivations behind the spatial planning, some of the past decisions and the future strategies. One of the important strategies is to try to move people away from the coastline by centering the government offices further from the shoreline. So they're going to have essentially a new town set up further from the shoreline in Banda Aceh. And the hope is that commercial activity would then be moved to that location, which would then encourage residents and workers to move further inland. So that was an encouragement to us. And in closing, here's one of our other team members, David McGovern. As I mentioned, David McGovern is one of the engineers who is behind the development of the tsunami simulator at HR Wallingford. And this was his first opportunity to go on an EFIT mission. So his first opportunity to see firsthand reconstruction and some of the existing damage from a tsunami, having only modelled it at small scale in the past. And here he is reflecting on a video that we watched in the excellent Banda Aceh Tsunami Museum. We still have much reflection to do on our findings, and we're producing quite a comprehensive report comparing the Banda Aceh recovery to that in Khao and Phuket in Thailand, and also Palu Bay in Sulawesi. So thank you for your time. I'm sorry that you had a delay before this presentation, and I'm happy to receive any questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Rabi. It's nice presentation. It's quite interesting. The material is so quite a lot, but we are really appreciate for what you already did for the Aceh reconstruction. So if there's any question, please raise your hand or write in the chat Zoom. Okay, or maybe I have some comments about the presentation. The first is I am interested to see the waveform tsunami model, right? So for me, it's I still couldn't imagine how the system works. I mean, if you have any videos of that, maybe.
I'm just trying to think of the best way to find that. I might have a video on our MakeWave WhatsApp. Let me just see if I can find that. I can see some seabed ripples, and I can see some buildings. Let me just scroll back in time. You can imagine it's a very large consortium. We did lots of different experiments. I'm just trying to find one of my PhD's videos. But essentially, there's a very large pump. In fact, it's very noisy. It sounds like an aeroplane taking off, or at least the one that HR Wallingford does. And it sucks up the water. And if you're trying to create, depending on whether you're trying to create a trough-led wave or a crest-led wave, we call them either E or N waves, you'll have a different pumping characteristic. Here we are. So I'll just find WhatsApp on here. Then I'll share my screen and we can see this video. And we can also, as well as having crest-led or trough-led waves, one of the interesting waves that we generated was just a bore type wave, where things were just essentially just dumped, and it was a more turbulent, violent breaking wave, which is characteristic of some of the tsunami inundation that has been seen. Things are just loading. See whether I can play this one, and then I'll share my screen. It's asking a lot of my computer to link to Zoom and play a video. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to. It's not actually playing on my computer, so I'm afraid. So it's playing on my phone, but not on my computer. So I don't think I can share that up, I'm afraid, despite my attempt.
Okay. And then the one about evacuation route, promoting tsunami evacuation route, is it a video game or just a movie for the kids? I mean, if it's video game, then it could be fun for the kids to learn.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know what the exact interaction is with that game. We were out when the children were interacting with the game. We were outside looking at the building. So that's Dr. Unita Idris's project, I guess. I don't know whether Ella Meliander knows a little bit more about that serious game. I think that Ella escorted us on that occasion as well.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Well, maybe I can help a little bit answering your question, but the game was like GTA, if you know where to find your cars, and this is where to find the signage of the tsunami escape road. So this is the idea, and the game it's like a 3D game, so it's like that you are acting to go somewhere, find your path to go to the safe place. So this is the kind of things that they simulate.
Okay, well, that's interesting. Okay, so another questions maybe? If no, then thank you very much for your presentation and thanks for coming.
Okay. My pleasure.
So now it's time to finish this event. Then after this, perhaps photo together or we just close this. Okay. So again, thank you very much for all the presenters that already gives the fruitful insight of the natural disaster, especially in earthquakes and tsunamis in Indonesia. So I will go back. I will give thankfulness for all of the participants, for all of the committee, and see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. It's really good to see you, Yen.
Thank you.
Stockwell.
Bye.
Nice to see you.
Bye. Pak Wahyu, Mang Ijin.